Good morning, all. Everyone fine? How it was to arrive here today? I want your stories. And what about the path coming? Everyone is here. Once again, good morning, all. I am speaking in the name of Saski, this Saski, that you are here and had the pleasure to encounter. And I invite you to make a tour on this floor. And, and so this is one of our new units, specialized. Saski CTF provides a connection between academia, university, and society and population. This seminar is to dialogue on this theme that's so important, connecting various cultures, especially Africa, South Africa and Tanzania. Now the girls are going to speak during our day, speaking about the program and the dynamic of our day. And we are going to watch a video, and good morning all.
Bom dia para todas e todos e todes.
Good morning, all.
Good afternoon to those watching us on YouTube. No.
I'm going to speak in Portuguese now. I'm Priscila Izar. I am graduated in architecture and urbanism in the University of Mackenzie. I'm researcher in the Center of Urban Studies and the Constructed Environment in the University of Wits. And before this, I was a postdoctorate in this and human in the University of in the Institute of Urban Settlements in Tanzania. This video that you just watched is from a community in Dar es Salaam with Machumba. We have part of our seminar. Sechongue is one of the founders of the Federation for Women in Machunga and coordinator, national coordinator in the Federation in Tanzania. And the title of this documentary is also the name of a song that we hear during this video. It represents a call so the neighbors work together of transforming the neighborhood and their territories, but a transformation that preserves its existence, improve urban conditions, and guarantees rights, uh, housing rights. And this demand is expressed in Chuchimandeleo through territories and the feminine struggles that we would like to engage. This work that we have started today use a term which from another colleague, Sandra, it doesn't start or conclude today. It's not only ours, and it's not of this group, not even this group that is here, but is part of efforts of collective struggles for urban improvement and in peripheral territories, and the struggles of women for improvement of conditions in their communities against violence, gender, and well-being. There were two important moments that I would like to highlight in the development and creation of this series of seminars. The first was a provocation by Graça that's here today. Graça Xavier, and then a virtual encounter with the International Coalition, International Bird Habitat. And still in the times of post-COVID, we had virtual encounters, October, Your Urban October. And in this discussion about feminist strategies, the two spoke about the need to open up the networks, amplify the network, exchange experiences, and the women working in their territories, not only of their experiences, but their strategies, political strategies, and also the formation of networks. After, we had a call from a foundation for the organization of seminars and research centered in South-South that gave us this opportunity to unite and show our research and also ongoing research. There was the Cubes, which I'm part of, Lado Cidade was where we coordinate HSSC at university, and also after HS, where Carolina is part. My time is up. So the goal, this series of seminars, is to explore from perspectives, women perspectives, transformation of territories, structures that are multiple and diverse. That's why we have a specific focus on homing, housing, is the actions of women for their own territories. And so is to understand this struggle and understand the specificities of the territories, and also what's in common, and also what's important, the urban policies that can treat with the woman protagonism, instrumentalizing it in these processes. We see the actions of women and the idea of their actions that in the loopholes. And so we talk about this in these following days. I'd like to thank and mention the International Habitat of Coalition and also the study group, the Action of Women, which I'm part of in Africa, but also platforms for studies of the feminist strategies for habitat that supported us in November, but also inspires us and brings strengthening the network among women and also the universities. And I should also like to thank very much Amanda, Clara, that are here near me, Clara, of course, and Marian Janice, that's going to receive us in Tanzania. That's the Amanda from there. And I also would like to thank Sarah and Paula. She, these are all part of this work. And also will speak today in the afternoon. My companions that are going to speak now, and also thank you them also. Thank you, Priscilla. I will continue presenting myself. I'm Paula Santor. I'm teacher, researcher, the University of Architecture from the University of Sao Paulo. I would like to thank SESCI. The partnership started in January 2019. Some of the people here came to the seminar at the time. You know, some are in the audience. And it was a moment in 2019 that we inaugurated a research in the city that supports us. It's a lab that I coordinate in the university. It's called Cities Which Are Intersections. And in this seminar, Marina Harpola, Leticia Lacerda, and others that circulated on this theme and that came before with masters and doctorates, and some are here, I can see in the audience, that brought the agenda of mobility very strongly to our researches. From this seminar of SESC, it is great to be here again in this place. We started, we did discipline in collectively, we set up collective groups. We had a few magazines that helped us, and Gabriela Pereira, Guy, is she here? Rosana Tavares. We made a seminar in the Federal of ABC region, and it's with these girls, these people in the Federal of ABC, and we are going to conclude it with greatness, and it was wonderful. And we arrive in this path in the urban study seminars that Priscilla presented. And I just would like to add, this seminar arrives in a moment, and I am in my sabbatical year. And that supported, I was doing a research about this, about planning, but helped us in the organization domestically. It's available on the internet. It occurred in November 2023 and 2019 also. There's podcasts, and it's a great date.
What do these works, what did they produce? They produce knowledge, and that lead us to understand so how the feminist practice in the theory and what happened in these territories. So today we will have a round table this afternoon that would look at the research methodology with scientific purposes, but in the other days we will take a look practically what we can intercross these practices. These practices, not it's not always recognized by women as a feminist practice. Maybe sometimes they originated from housing, and we we are fighting to come out of this invisibility. But urban constructions, but also to think, we are trying to think contemporarily, to think about those practices and to think about everything what is happening. These meetings on our next days will try to mix all these productions. We will see joint building efforts, all sectors, and that maybe sometimes they do not work together. We propose, therefore, a title, Urban Fights Experiences in Africa. And before, Carolina, outskirts doesn't mean metropolitan outskirts, how we have been saying in traditional urbanism. We are looking the art taskers like marginalized by the state, the society, the market, and as well as in the fringe of the city and the city. So this outskirt movement, this is what we are doing. So Carolina, so Elinorata, now please, you have the floor that she will speak in English, and we will translate this into Portuguese. Uh, Elinorata, I hope that we'll enjoy the seminar.
Good day, good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are. I'm Elinorata Mbuya from the Institute of Human Settlement Studies in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. That's Eastern Africa. It's my first time in Brazil, the first time in Southern America to be precise, and so firstly, I really appreciate it, traveling, seeing the country. So, and this being built from the cause that brings us together, it's even more important to me. So, I'll be very brief, as Priscilla and Paula has spoken a lot about similarly what we do. Appreciating the USF, the financiers, and all the organizers and partners that has already been done, which I was also to do. But very briefly, I'm happy to be in this forum, this platform, connecting with people across the globe for the reason of discussing how we can give more voices, more discussion spaces for the feminism reasons, and that's so much for now. I'll speak also later about my work and how it connects. Obrigada.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas que estão aqui e as pessoas que estão online.
And online. It is a pleasure to be here today and to be part of this incredible project with all these wonderful people. My name is Carolina Luneta. I'm a researcher in housing movements in the Erasmus universities in Rotterdam. And first of all, the exchange of knowledge and experience between academics and professional urbans and women, that are involved in the production of their territories, it's a great opportunity to reach our agenda of research, but mainly that this project is very important for me. It's straightly linked to my PhD, where I am studying the tragedy of fight for housing here in São Paulo through settlements. And this is why in this workshop, I contributed in the coordination and selection, in the field visits in the next couple of days. And we are going to visit projects of movements and women's movement for housing and against the movement against lesbian women. And the criteria of selection for those visits is to understand more their form of production. And this is a resistance through daily practices. These are projects that approach several different questions, different strategic protections with different narratives. And also in the central issues is to understand why these slides are so feminine. Every day we are going to visit a different region from the city. Our aim is to promote an exchange between the social practices of resistance and the participants of this workshop. Thank you very much. And Amanda, now you have the floor. And she was playing a little bit more what is going on, what will happen today. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I would like to thank you all for being here, and special thanks to Paula that called me for this project, and to this incredible team of ladies that I had the opportunity to work on the last month. Also to thank the team on here, Gabriela, sounds, translation, and without them, without the collaboration, with everything, we all work together. Now I'm going to introduce to you our schedule for today. This is our opening session, and then we'll have the first roundtable. This would be about the experiences of feminist urban fights in Africa with Petunia Mabuza. Husna, this is the regional coordinator from Tanzania. Shumani, project coordinator of Planact, and Elinorata, a teacher at Ardhi University. And Priscilla Izar will be our mediator. At 12:30, we'll have lunch. We'll be back at 2:30 with our first round table on exploring these feminist methodologies. Sarah Charlton from Wits University, Rosana Tavares from UFF of Brazil, and Diana Helen, and also Glaria Figueiredo from UFBA. Then we'll have a coffee break, and then we'll come back with the second round table, still exploring feminist methodology. Paula Met from the University of Glasgow, with Gabriela Pereira from UFBA, with the mediation of Paula Santoro, and at 6 o'clock we'll have our closing ceremony. Therefore, I would like to call here for our first round table. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you.
Bom, vamos começar então com a nossa
with our second session right here. But now I am going to introduce you one by one into more details in Portuguese, and then I'm going to change in English to speak more directly. And so as we discussed previously, in this roundtable, this discussion, we are going to talk about on the feminine struggles in Africa's context, and the series of seminars is based in São Paulo, Johannesburg, and Pretoria, and in Dar es Salaam, where we have this huge satisfaction of being present in these three cities. So Petunia, Dora is a facilitator, community facilitator that works in a campaign that's called As Elikelenes. Let's help one each other, that she will talk about this. And in the Phomolong neighborhood in South Africa, since COVID, her work transformed a lot, had many changes, and this what she has been doing today. And she also works for the provision of basic services and in housing projects. Husna is the regional coordinator of the Federation of Urban Poor People in Tanzania and the secretary of the Women Fighters, and one of the founders of the neighborhood of Shumani works. She's a professional of the development, activist, working with the transformation of the public sector and promoting democracy and citizenship. She works with Planact NGO that works in the urban area with the Matrix in Johannesburg, and in partnerships with other organizations and South African cities. Well, they will talk a little bit about this. Welcome. Welcome, Shumani. Elinorata, a PhD in climate change, environment analysis, a researcher of the human settlement studies, and on the housing research is also a specialist on management and built environment, and working also with the risk reduction and managing of constructions. So I'm going to organize this. It's a round table, let's see, but I'm going to remain here, and now I'm going to change into English.
I wanted for us to tell us a little bit about Phomolong and some of the daily issues and challenges that you and your community deal with there. And then if you could talk about how these challenges affect women, is it in any way that's specific? Also talk about then about some of the work that you coordinate in Phomolong with Asivikelani, and how are these helping transform or affecting the spatial transformation of and social transformation of Phomolong. Welcome, Petunia.
I'd just like to greet everyone all over the world. My name is Petunia Mabuza. I'm from South Africa. I'm living in an outskirt of Pretoria, in a place called Phomolong at Mamelodi. Phomolong is an informal settlement. People who are living in Phomolong, their houses are just zinc. It's not a normal house. They are living in a zinc house. There's no electricity. Before I've joined Planact to start working with Ardhi University, it was in 2019 when COVID started. Then I started to work with women in informal settlement. In Phomolong, there was no water. There was chemical toilets, but the chemical toilets were not suitable for people to use it. So Planact, when Planact approached me, they wanted us to work in water and sanitation. We started working, making sure that the residents getting water, because there was no source of water in Phomolong. People just dug their own pipes. Sometimes there's water, sometimes there's no water. So when Ardhi University campaign started in Phomolong, we made sure that the residents, they get water and sanitation. We started with a social audit. After social audit, the city, the Tshwane Metro, the municipality came in and started working with us because we were pestering them, especially me. I was going every day telling them that we need water. People need water. It's COVID-19 and we need water. We need sanitation. And then after the social audit, they started giving them water with water tank trucks, and they've changed the toilets, and they gave them suitable toilets, because when it's hot inside that toilet, you can suffocate. It's very hot. So they gave them suitable toilets to use. And then now, after that, they gave them, they put taps. But now there's no water. There's taps and there's no water. But they are making sure that people are getting water every day with water tank trucks. They are giving them water. The challenge, another challenge, it's waste. There's a lot of illegal dump sites in Phomolong. So we started that campaign again in Phomolong, making sure that they collect waste in Phomolong, they clean Phomolong. But it was a struggle, because you have to go and you have to call every day and say, we need you to come and collect. We need you to come and clean our informal settlement, but it was not enough. So Ardhi University again started a campaign, a waste campaign. We call it Tshwane Waste Hub campaign. So now the organizations that are dealing with Ardhi University campaign, we went to the government to ask for funding so that the volunteers, the women that are working on the informal settlement, they get something, because there's lots of poverty in Phomolong. People are not working in Phomolong. When you ask them to do something, you have to give them something at the end of the day. So we went to they went to the government to ask for funding so that the volunteers can get stipend when they are cleaning the informal settlement, when they are making sure that in Phomolong it's clean, there's water and sanitation, everything is going well. So now we are cleaning. After cleaning, we beautify that illegal dump site. We're making parks in that illegal dump site when we finish. And another thing, when we clean, we start gardening. I've seen a lot of changes since we started with Asivikelani campaign, because even myself, I was not working. I started doing this, and my life changed because I'm changing people's life. Everything changed because it's not only my settlement that I'm working with that is benefiting on this. Now, Tshwane saw something positive to what we are doing in the informal settlement. They even extended this to other informal settlement. Now the Tshwane Metro municipality is partnering with us, with the organizations that are in Asivikelane campaign. Now I can tell them that you should come today and collect the waste. And what I love about this is that since we started this, now the women are getting something. It might be not enough, but they are getting something. The stipend is doing something to women that were not working before. Now they are getting a stipend. Now they feel like they are doing something. It's very much helping, because the kids were playing in a very toxic environment, but now when we clean, they can have a ground where they can play. You see, when it's very hot, there's this illegal dump site, there's flies. Remember, these people, they don't have electricity. When it's hot, it's very hot. They don't have fan. They don't have fridges. When you put your food here, flies come and do whatever they, So I am so very grateful to what this organization did to this and these communities that are less privileged. Thank you.
Thank you, Petunia. We will do a round, and then we're going to have questions, but thank you very much. Husna, let me switch to, so now we are going to move to Dar es Salaam. So I'm going to talk, eu vou conversar com a Husna em inglês, ela vai responder em Kiswahili, e a Elinorata vai traduzir o Kiswahili. So Husna, please tell us also a little bit about Kekomachungwa, and what are some of the daily issues and challenges that you and the community deal with there. And also, if you can talk about some of the initiatives of the Federation, but also in your work in Dar es Salaam more broadly, if you would like, with the gender group that you work with. And also similar to I asked Petunia, how do these projects affect the life of women in particular? Oh, that's true, Husna. Yeah.
Translation. Sawa, Husna. Priscilla anatuuliza tuambie kiasi kuhusu
Nimeelewa.
Okay. So, Priscilla anauliza I didn't think.
No, because because you're speaking Kiswahili. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Anasema utuambie kuhusu Keko Machungwa na kazi unazozifanya kila siku na changamoto unazozipata, lakini pia uhusishe na does it help? As we don't have Kiswahili translation, do we? So that's why I didn't think we need this.
Yes, don't worry.
Okay. Aha, you want the syllables. Kwa hiyo utueleze kuhusu Keko Machungwa, shughuli na za kila siku unazokutana nazo, na kwenye federation wewe kama mwanamke na kazi unazozifanya kule kwenye hii taasisi ya Women Federation, na kazi unazozifanya kubadilisha maisha yako ya wanawake wengine. Na hivyo kama kuna swali lingine itakuwa follow up.
Asante. My name is Husna Sechongue. I'm from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I'm a coordinator of Tanzania Federation for the Urban Poor. I'm living in Keko Machungwa settlement in Temeke Municipal in Dar es Salaam city. So I'm going to speak in Swahili. I'm not well in English. Unapoizungumzia Keko Machungwa. Keko Machungwa ni eneo ambalo linaishi watu wa kipato cha chini ambao takribani si chini ya wanajamii 14,000. Ukiangalia kwa ukubwa wa kata ya Miburani ambao ina mitaa 5, Keko Machungwa peke yake ndio mtaa ambao ni squatter area. Kwa hiyo ina takribani ya hao, na katika kata kuna takribani ya wanajamii 29,365. Sasa Keko Machungwa ni eneo ambalo ni kama kiberiti hivi. Ni kama kiberiti, ndani kuna njiti. Ni eneo dogo lakini tunaishi watu wengi sana. Na kuanzia mwaka 2008 tulipoanzisha hizi harakati za kuunda vikundi vya federation, kwa maana nilienda kuunda vikundi vya federation baada ya kuona maeneo ya wenzetu kama Kurasini wananufaika na muungano, kwa maana tulikuwa kila mtu peke yake. Kwa kuwa peke yako kila mtu, ilikuwa tunalalamika sana, tunaona tumeachwa, tunaona serikali haituoni, tunaona. Lakini sasa baada ya kuungana tukabaini kwamba kutengeneza nguvu na sauti ya pamoja ni njia peke yake ya kuondokana na umaskini. That's why tukaunda hiyo federation katika maeneo yetu. Tulianza na vikundi viwili, kimoja, hatimaye vikawa viwili, Amka na Tumaini Federation Group, then tukawa na vikundi takribani 11 mpaka ilipofika 2016.
So Husna says she lives the area she's describing, the Keko Machungwa settlement, hosts approximately 29,000 to 30,000 people. It's a an area with low income households, low income families. It's a squatter or an area which is unplanned or informally settled. Those are the features. And she says it's like kiberiti. Kiberiti is a box of matches. Like it's a very small area spatially, but accommodating a lot of people comparatively. So she was one of the founders, or based on the economic condition or that economic social status being so poor, she was one of the initiators or the people who founded or organize for the federation. So it started low, but it has now grown to the national level. It is in several parts of Dar es Salaam, but also other regions, across 8 regions in Tanzania.
Keko Machungwa tumekuwa tukabiliana kwanza mwanzoni na changamoto nyingi, hasa za kwenye masuala ya usafi wa mazingira. Jamii ya Keko Machungwa tulikuwa hatujui kwamba tunaishi na tatizo. Na kwa sababu tulikuwa hatujui na tatizo, tunaishi na tatizo, baada ya kufanya utafiti mwaka 2011, 2012, ndio tulibaini kwamba tunaishi na tatizo, kwa sababu ilikuwa kila ikifika kipindi cha mvua Keko Machungwa lazima kipindupindu, na ndio maana watu walikuwa wanaishi kwa wasiwasi. Lakini ukiangalia pia hata hali za kiuchumi, Keko Machungwa ni eneo ambalo lilikuwa lina wizi, vibaka, lakini pia hata mazingira yalikuwa ni machafu sana. Na hasa ukiangalia baadhi ya watu walikuwa hawana vyoo kabisa, na walikuwa wanatumia flying toilet. Wanatumia mifuko ya rambo kujisaidia na kutupa holela. Ile ilichangia sana uchafuzi wa mazingira. Lakini pia tulikuwa tuna changamoto ya maji katika eneo letu. Na haya yote tuliyabaini baada ya kufanya utafiti, na baada ya kufanya utafiti tulipewa mafunzo ambayo nitaelezea yaliweza kuleta matokeo gani.
Okay, so she says in Keko Machungwa they used, now she's speaking of the scenario before, they used to live with several challenges, and kind of they didn't even know that they are experiencing challenges, and sometimes you think it's the norm and it has to be like that. So the big one was the sanitation across the settlement. Generally, with some people, some families not having toilets, and they're then using those what we call flying toilets. Well, that was the big challenge. But then cholera, the breakout of cholera. Professor Paula, do you know the flying toilets? So then the issue of cholera, because cholera now goes with very poor sanitation, and particularly during rainy seasons, there were always cholera outbreaks. Then, yeah, the issue of water, lack of clean water supply, which also goes with sanitation. So, but also one of the biggest one was the economic condition, poor, so inability to work out almost everything.
And what's flying toilet, please?
Okay. The flying toilets happens when a family doesn't have a toilet, so they use a plastic bag at night. It's usually at night, because you cannot go into the bush or somewhere. So when do we
mara nyingi ni wale ambao hawana vyoo wanakuwa wanatumia vyoo vya majirani. Majirani si wanafunga vyoo vyao usiku. Kwa hiyo hana namna, inabidi atumie, anatupa tu kwenye vichochoro, kwenye maeneo.
Okay, so what happens is that if a family doesn't have a toilet, they will share with the next door, the next family, the next household. But that's during the daytime. When it's night and the people are sleeping, they have locked their houses or whatever, so they use the plastic bags, and then in the morning or maybe in the night they throw them in the somewhere in the streets, or somewhere in the bush, or where there's, so that's why we call them flying. A toilet is flying. So that's the, yeah. Lakini ni sana. Ilikuwa sana. Yeah, okay. It wasn't too much, but still a challenge.
Husna, please, can you talk briefly then about the work that you've been doing, and then we'll go on after we're going to go on a round of discussion, okay?
Baada sasa kubaini hayo, tukaanza harakati. Kwanza tukaanza kutoa elimu baada ya kupewa mafunzo, ya participatory hygiene and sanitation transformation. Tukapita nyumba kwa nyumba kuhamasisha, kuambia wanajamii ni tabia zipi mbaya, ni tabia nzuri zipi kiafya, ni mambo gani tufanye. Baada ya kuunganisha, na ndio maana ulikuta tukaanza kuwa na vikundi vingi zaidi na watu tukatengeneza nguvu na sauti ya pamoja. Ile imetusaidia kutafuta wadau mbalimbali, ikiwemo kuanza kujenga vyoo vya gharama nafuu kwa kupitia mfuko wetu wa maendeleo ambao tunachangia kila mwana federation shilingi 500 kama kiunganishi chetu, lakini pia umetupa nguvu ya lakini pia kuweka miradi ya maji katika eneo letu. Tumepata pia mradi wa kisima cha maji takriban wa milioni 22 ambao umesaidia kusupply maji na watu kutokuwa na uchafuzi wa mazingira. Kupitia mradi wa vyoo tumeweza kujenga vyoo vya gharama nafuu, kwa maana wanajamii sasa wana federation na wasio na federation wameweza kupata vyoo. Tunavyo vyoo vya biofuel ambavyo ni vyoo vinavyotumia minyoo, tunavyo vyoo vya ecosan ambavyo viko kwenye maeneo ambayo yanajaa maji ili tusichimbe kwenda chini, pia na vyoo vya mshazari kwenye maeneo ambayo ni ya juu. Vyoo hivi vimekuwa ni msaada mkubwa sana kwenye jamii, na sasa ukiangalia tangu 2018 mpaka hivi tunaongea, mvua zote zinazopita Keko Machungwa hakuna kipindupindu. Kwenye hizi changamoto zote haikuishia tu Keko Machungwa, tuliweza kuenea na katika maeneo mengine, especially ukienda maeneo kama Vingunguti, hali ilikuwa ni kama Keko Machungwa, lakini tumeweza kuleta mabadiliko kwa watu kutumia simplified sewer, watu kuunganishwa kwenye mapondi, na sasa hakuna vipindupindu. Na hizo harakati zimeenda. Binafsi nilikuwa pia mhamasishaji katika maeneo ya wilaya ya Ilala, ambapo niliunda vikundi Karakata, Vingunguti na kwingineko, na mikoa nimetumika pia kwenye mikoa mingine takriban mikoa 8 ambao Tanzania Federation ipo, na tumeweza pia kuhamasishana kwenye masuala pia ya afya na usafi wa mazingira, masuala ya ujenzi wa vyoo kama nilivyosema. Kwenye eneo la Keko Machungwa tumeweza kujenga vyoo 59. Hilo ni jambo kubwa sana ambalo mwanzoni ilikuwa ni ngumu kwa watu kama sisi kuweza kufanya hivyo. Lakini pia kwa kupitia haya tumeweza kunufaika na mambo mengi, ikiwemo pia mradi wa kuzoa takataka, kwa sababu pia tuliweza kuomba kwenye halmashauri yetu ya manispaa ya Temeke, tukaweza kupata zile 4% za maendeleo ambazo zinatengwa kwa ajili ya wanawake. Tukaungana kama wanawake wa kata ya Miburani, kwa maana mitaa yote 5, na kuweza kupata gari ya kuzoa taka, na sasa mtaa wetu ni safi na maisha yamekuwa yanaendelea katika hali ya usafi. Unapozungumzia changamoto za wanawake,
Okay, so yeah, she spoke about what Priscilla asked, some of the work that she does. She spoke of the now moving from that undesired scenario where there were very poor sanitation, about participatory training on hygiene that they received from some NGOs. One in particular is CCI, it's the Center for Community Initiatives, but it's their initiative to contact and try to reach to these financiers or supporting organizations. So they received this training for which they did a TOT, a training of trainers, just as a group of women, not supported by anyone in particular. You report to the sub-ward chairperson that we want to do this. The sub-ward is the lowest level of city administration in Tanzania. We have the sub-ward, like Keko Machungwa is a sub-ward. Then we had a ward level with 3, 4, 5 sub-wards. Then you have the municipal councils, you have the city councils, and then the state level. So normally whatever happens, you need to notify the local leaders. So they notified, but they move from house to house. It's kind of their own initiatives to create awareness to the people now to see sanitation as a challenge, as not as a norm. Then eventually this led to accessing support to build toilets, because remember, sanitation was one of the biggest challenges. So they built the toilets, the eco toilets, the eco sun, These are, and they were also affordable toilets so that the families could afford, even if paying incrementally or because also now what I didn't say is that the federation contribute monthly some 500 Tanzanian shillings for each member. So through this, it's like a revolving fund where you'll build the toilets, but it's affordable in the manner that these families will pay back incrementally eventually. One of the challenge I know is that some don't, some relocate, and that is a bad date, some kind of. But they also, she's saying she's proud because they managed in Keko Machungwa only to build 59 such toilets, which is a big achievement given the circumstances, and they are carrying on. But also managed to get a clean water well to also cater for the problem of insufficient water supply. But also, they didn't end up there. The issue of cholera became history because years after, till today, if it rains, whatever, however it rains, cholera is gone. But also, another achievement is the ability to scale up, upscaling the idea of formation of the federation. So, Husna herself became a mobilizer, or initiating that to other parts of Dar es Salaam, quite a lot in Dar es Salaam, but still more need to be done. But also in the other regions, she has been now a key person going around motivating people, motivating families to join for reasons of sanitation, but also for getting some family income out of the fund in the work that they do.
Kwa kumalizia ni kwamba mafanikio haya yametokana pia na kuungana kwetu. Tunaamini sauti ya pamoja na nguvu ya pamoja ndio inaweza kuleta mabadiliko chanya katika jamii zetu. Kwa hiyo changamoto inayotukabili kama wanawake na pia kama kiongozi wa wanawake wa mkoa wa Dar es Salaam, nafikiri kupitia hizi harakati ndio maana walinichagua kuwa katibu wa jukwaa la kuwezesha wanawake kiuchumi mkoa wa Dar es Salaam. Tumekuwa tukizungumza kama wanawake na kubaini changamoto kubwa iliyokuwepo kwa wanawake ni taarifa. Wanawake hawapati taarifa sahihi kwa wakati sahihi. Na wanawake wanakosa elimu mbalimbali zinazowafanya waweze kujitambua, lakini kutambua namna gani ya kuweza kujikwamua, ikiwemo ni kiuchumi na kijamii. Lakini pia changamoto inayokabili watu wa Keko Machungwa ni kwamba Keko Machungwa iko karibu na mjini. Ni dakika 10 ama 15 kufika Posta ambao ni City Center, kufika Kariakoo ambao ni City Center. Walio wengi sasa wawekezaji wamekuwa wakiingia katika eneo la Keko Machungwa na kuwanunua watu. Matokeo yake mtu ananunuliwa, nyumba ni za urithi, wanapokwenda kupanga au kununua nyumba maeneo mengine, wanarudi kwa sababu pesa ile inakuwa haitoshelezi na bado wanaendelea kuwa na umaskini. Hiyo ndio changamoto kubwa ambayo sasa hivi tunakabiliana nayo kwa kuelimishana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Lakini changamoto ya mwisho bado kuna masuala ya ukatili wa kijinsia. Tukizungumzia ukatili wa kijinsia kwa mwanamke, unaweza ukatafsiriwa kwa nyanja pana sana. Lakini kwa sisi wanajamii wa kawaida, tunachukulia hata ile tu mtu kukosa zile huduma zake zote muhimu za kijamii kama mwanamke ni changamoto. Lakini wanawake mara nyingi, hata vijana wamekuwa wakipata, watoto wa kike wakipata mimba za utotoni, wakipata suruba nyingi, wakiingia kwenye biashara za ngono wakati mwingine. Haya yote ni changamoto ambayo zinatukabili. Lakini ukiangalia changamoto ya mwanamke inagusa familia yote kwa ujumla. Inagusa watoto, inamgusa baba, kwa sababu mama ndio mlezi, mama amekuwa mtafutaji. Lakini sasa hata hizi harakati tunapozifanya, ina maana zinakwenda kubadilisha pia mtazamo na tamaduni zetu. Kwa maana sasa hata wababa wanapoona tunapopambana kwenye masuala ya ujasiriamali, tunapopambana kwenye kutafuta maisha, tunapopambana kwenye kuondoa changamoto, wanajiona sasa wao ni sehemu ya kuegemea mwanamke. Labda niishie hapo, lakini niseme nishukuru sana kwa platform hii. Ni mambo mengi sana nikitaka kuyazungumza na ni changamoto nyingi sana zinatukabili wanawake. Lakini niwashukuru sana kwa kufika leo hapa na kushirikiana na wadau mbalimbali wa kimataifa, na naamini taarifa tutawafikia na tutawafikia wanawake na kuhakikisha kwamba haya tuliyoyaanzisha tutakuwa ni wadau wakamilifu kuyafikisha. Asante.
So she added on the benefits or the achievements, saying that as a federation and other women groups, they believe in collective action, in collective voice, that if it were an individual and not forming this federation, they wouldn't have achieved what they have now. So it's a matter of keeping such groups, such federations being formed and upscaled elsewhere. And she's saying for this reason, another achievement, it may sound personal, but it's for the much benefit. That's why they elected her to be the secretary for the women platform at she's the general secretary for the women platform in Tanzania. That's the state level. So she's also saying one of the challenges that they have identified is having the women getting or receiving or accessing the correct information or the right information which will assist them. Sometimes you are not even aware that this should be my right, or I should have demanded this, so you think I'm supposed to be like this or as such. So that's also one of the presently existing challenges they are facing, but it's going by more awareness campaigning and creation. She also spoke of the gender-based violence, which is still present, maybe not very persistent, but it's still present. But she's pointing out for the gender violence, it's not about someone maybe beating you up or such domestic issues, but even as a woman or a family member, missing your basic rights or what you are supposed to get should be voiced out, and people be aware that that also is violence. So yeah, missing some community services or rights. So she's also pointing out something I find interesting here. Okay, the issues when as women are one of the major supporters in a family. So when a woman is not maybe not well treated, not in a good position financially or otherwise, how the other members, we all know that, how the other members will also be negatively impacted. So she's emphasizing or calling us all to keep doing this for betterment. So she said that somehow they see that when women, as women, we work hard and harder through their fund, earning more income, supporting the family. So it is changing our culture, because some men will now relax. Oh, my wife is earning an income. My wife is bringing this and this. So that's a challenge, a big concern that they are already seeing in the society. So it's up to us to discuss and see how to work around this. It's open for discussion. And finally, she's thanking you all for listening. She thanks the USF, the organizers, the universities for working with them and hoping to learn about this, and welcoming you to Dar es Salaam, because we are going to have another seminar in Dar es Salaam. So for those who want to be joining physically, please join online. Thank you.
Asante sana, Husna. Thank you very much. Karibu São Paulo. Welcome to São Paulo. So we're going to switch now to Shumani and then to Elinorata, and I'll ask you to make briefer talk, so we have time for at least one round of questions. Shumani, could you please tell us about some of the neighborhoods that you, as a program manager at Planact, if you want to introduce yourself, but also talk about some of the work that you do in other communities besides Phomolong, and the engagements that you have with the residents and through government there. I think Shumani. You don't have a. Yeah.
I should say good afternoon, good evening to those who are watching us online. There is a video that I just want us to show that will sum up a bit of what we are doing as Asivikelane. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think I wanted to just quickly show that because it sums up a little bit of what we are doing. And I wouldn't dwell much on those challenges that Husna and Petunia have already spoken about. But as an organization based in Johannesburg, in South Africa, we are working with a lot of communities that are marginalized, communities that are in the periphery of the city, communities that are, I think you can talk of gentrification when you think of those communities. And often what they were talking about, access to basic services, is a challenge. And those basic services, most of these communities, we are told they are temporal. It's not something permanent where women can be safe and say, or relax to say, I've got services that are suitable for me and my family. So what we do as the campaign that we started around 2020, we make sure, or we are striving to make sure that government comes to the party. For quite some time as an organization, by the way, Planact has been there for 40 years as an organization. And we have been struggling with communities, focusing on making sure that these communities understand and have information. Like Husna has indicated, information became very, very important. The organization was started by a group of professionals from Wits University. The time when they saw that the struggle in the country was too much before independence, and they made sure that there is civic empowerment. Communities understand what government has to be, has to do, and what they can do as communities. So we continued with that struggle as the organization. And for us, we focus on making sure that communities participate in processes. So public participation is key to what we do. So we know that with governments, there are plans. So at a municipal level in South Africa, we have what we call integrated development plans. We conscientize and educate communities about that. What is it? What has to go in there? And how they need to make sure that they participate in that. There are municipal budgets that often we find that informal settlements where Petunia comes from, they are not even featured in those budgets. So we educate communities and make sure that they submit when there is time for a budget cycle in the municipality. We make sure that community members put their papers. And I remember one time we took almost 2,000 signatures and information sheets to the municipality when we started this. And the officials, when we got there, they didn't know what to do with those papers. And we challenged it because we said to them, you come to our communities, you go to the communities and you are pretending that people are participating, whereas you are just telling them what you have planned already. So here we want you to listen and see what communities are saying. So it was a very big struggle for them and for us to find each other. But what we are realizing is it's very, very difficult in South Africa to make headway on the way the municipal finances can be identified for poor communities, informal settlements, and especially women, because we are struggling with that. Our partnership with the International Budget Partnership has taught us that, because through the Open Budget Index, the OBI with IBP, we began to challenge and scrutinize the budgets to see if these budgets are women-friendly, children-friendly. And at the moment, what we are also looking at is what are some of the vulnerable groups that are not necessarily taken care of these budgets. But the bigger issue for us is to make sure that when we are doing work within communities, we identify who and what is their challenge. So I remember when we were talking with Prof here about feminizing the struggles, I indicated that where I work with the informal settlements, we are finding that the vulnerability is for everyone. If there is no water, women and men and children are impacted. But then who is more impacted? It's a woman, because she has to go around looking for that water. And mostly you'll find that the husband doesn't even work in that space, and she has to make means. So again, you realize that the struggle becomes twice a burden. But we are also saying there are vulnerable groups, especially within these communities that we're working, what Petunia was describing. If you're talking about the environment and the waste that the city is not collecting, who is vulnerable? So as the campaign and also as Planact and the organizations that we're working with, because our Asivikela, as I indicated, it has a national footprint. We are working in all the 8 metros. We are making sure that the issues that we are raising around water and sanitation, they are in the core of the municipal budgets. We are sending our reports to the Auditor General, and which became a very serious a challenge for municipalities. I remember one of the official in the city of Tshwane, rudimentary services, had to shout to us to say, did you have to take all that problems to the Auditor General? Now my head is in the block. You know, he's going to charge me. Because for a long time, our municipalities will plan, will execute their plans, and they will do their financial reports, and the Auditor General will just accept, and nobody will take them to task. But at least now, after so much struggle with the previous work that we were doing on around social audits, the Auditor General now, and the added responsibilities that they've been given, they say, if there is a problem, if they check and they find that there is a project that was supposed to be done and it's not done properly, or it's not even done, the accounting officer is responsible. They have to pay back the money. So we are finding that there is a shift. And I think as civil society, we are really, really appreciative of those strides, because it's helping in the work that we are doing in advocating for equal opportunities, especially for informal settlements when it comes to services. We know very well that basic services are a human right. And I also like to say they are a women right, because we take care of our kids, our families. If the environment is not clean, if there is no water, if sanitation is not safe, I think you saw some of the toilets that we were showing up in the video. And just like with Husna, those are the real issues with the flying toilets within our communities. Because at night you can't go out. There are no lights. If you need water, you make sure that you collect water during the day and lock it up in your house, because in the evening you can't be going outside. So another layer of violence, like they're saying, we even indicated that our budgets are violent towards women, because they are not really, really saying anything about what we need. But I think the one element which we also picked up is all about procurement. In South Africa, a whole lot of these services, we get them through procurement. And we are finding it very difficult to get to crack it. We tried to do some work to say procurement should be friendly to communities, should be friendly to women. Because one, when they send a service out and procure it, they don't do needs assessment. They don't ask people, what is it that you need and how do you need it? So we have been doing work around that, advocating for proper procurement. And I think you have seen in the video where we are talking about women-friendly toilets, because if you are talking public toilets, you're talking communal toilets, you're talking communal water sources, those things needs to speak to the needs of women. They can't say it's communal, whereas it's just outside of the settlement. And of course, the planners, most of our informal settlements are dense. They are, very small square meter of space. They put shacks on top of each other, and the services become a problem, and they end up at the outskirts of the settlement. But those are some of the things that we are talking about, because our informal settlement upgrading plans in South Africa are very, very, very good. But there is no willingness within the Human Settlement Department to talk and work with the people. And just because they are calling people that they are illegally occupying the land. So when you find that there is that problem, we, as the organizations and the community, We strive to focus on identifying who this land belongs to. We give that information, we go out there, we talk about it. If the information comes back and it says the land belongs to the municipality, we engage. So there is a whole lot that we are doing, that we are trying to make sure. And of course, it's all about women, it's about children, but we don't forget the men that are also in the settlements. We don't forget the young boys and the young men that are also in the settlements, because they are, all of them, our future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a lot to cover in an hour and a half, and we will continue. Thank you very much, Shumani. Elinorata, could you please tell us now, from the perspective of the university in Dar es Salaam, how do the projects that you work with are involved with issues of women in the informal settlements? In the different projects that you are engaging at the university? And Elinorata, maybe if you can do like 5 minutes, and then we have time for a round of questions.
I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot, actually. Oh. Okay, so in the perspective of what I do, because at the university I teach both undergraduate and postgraduate students as supervised work. I do research, I do consultancy as work. In this, I feel that I should speak more on the research side. Accommodating women, or the issue of feminism. Shumani said it's human rights, but she feels like it should be women rights. Yeah, so we try, as you develop, reference to my work, we develop research proposals, consultancy proposals, so you will engage women. That's what I can speak about. Engage women. Sometimes it's not intentional, it's just that you bring your CV, you bring your resume, you are qualifying, whether you are a woman or not. So, but sometimes it is the requirement of the funders, like would like to see a gender lens reflected in your proposal or in your request for funds. So I would, if I assess myself or the people I work with, I would say we do that, but we are not there yet. There are gaps. Even when I just listen to what we present, or at the times we work with Husna, when I listen to Shumani, Petunia, I already see a lot of gaps. And as I say, we are also, as researchers, we do not know everything, we do not know much, and we learn from the people. So I was actually happy when Professor Paula, and I think it's Professor Paula spoke about the research methodology that will feature these issues, because I think I personally, and I know a lot of people I work with as researchers, we are missing this, and we still need to do more to accommodate women into the research. Not women as academicians, but also in the field. This co-production of knowledge, or to know what the needs assessment, what is proper, will go with this perspective or this inclusion. Yeah, so I see these gaps that in my work, I will need to work with and recognize the more the issues of diversity in gender and feminism. Also, we work to link the NGOs, the women groups in particular, with the municipals or the institution with whom institutions that are influential, and they should positively work with them. But again, as Shumani also pointed out, it's not easy working. Some policy makers, I don't know if we have some here in this forum, they should be invited. Yeah, I don't know if it's pretense, because Shumani also said sometimes they pretend like you don't see, but to include the gender or feminist issues into the plans. Maybe it's the tradition, the patriarchic nature or system that we have been in. So I would say there are these issues and gaps to work with more into my work or other similar works so as to accommodate more the issue of gender. That's so much for now.
Thank you so much, Elinorata. We will open for questions now. We have about 20 to 25 minutes from questions. I'll give you all a chance before I ask my own questions. So to take questions from the audience first, if I see some hands, or I can start as well. Well, I wanted to thank you very much, and also thank we did what we always do a little bit in our work, that is always multitasking. Elinorata working as translator and timekeeper. We've been working together for a long time, and this picture here was during COVID. That's when we were working on these projects of the construction of the biofuel toilets in Kekomachungwa with the Federation Women. So you see Husna in pink, and then Elinorata right in the middle with this polka dot shirt in a mask. So I wanted to go back to Petunia and Husna, but even more to Petunia, and ask, do you see this work that you do as a feminist struggle? Do you make this connection between your work as a woman and a feminist cause, and how and what would that be then? Petunia, can you start, please?
For me, I think they should focus should be on women and children, because women are the ones who taking care of the nation. Like, we are the ones who look after a boy and a girl. We look after, even if it's not your child. You know, what I'm doing, it's not because of me wanting to do something. It's me taking care of other people that I see are struggling. So I think, I don't know if I'm selfish or not. I think the focus should be on women and children. I think even the government should prioritize women, making sure they have houses, because in informal settlement, there's no guarantee. You can die and leave a child without a home. You can die not knowing where your kids will be when you die. So I think women should be prioritized. Women should be put first. women should get houses in informal settlement, because it's an informal settlement. It's not developed. It's not guaranteed. When are you going to stay for how long in that place? And our kids, sometimes they struggle in even to go to school in that environment, especially when it's raining. They don't go to school because it's muddy. There's no streets. It's just a muddy street, and even cars can come in that environment. So I think women should be put first, should be taken care of.
Priscilla ameuliza, unafikiri hizi kazi unazofanya kama Husna, kama federation, unafikiri kweli zinachangia ama zina support struggle za wanawake, ama hizi juhudi za wanawake vipi, na nini tena kingine zaidi unaona zinasaidia?
Kwa 100%, kwa sababu mwanamke ni kama alivyosema mwenzangu, mwanamke amekuwa ni kiumbe ambaye anajihisi ni dhaifu, lakini mwanamke sio dhaifu. Mwanamke akipata elimu, mwanamke akielimishwa, ni taifa kwa ujumla limeelimika, na ni dunia kwa ujumla, kwa sababu wanawake ndio wanaobeba changamoto nyingi. Sitaki kuzieleza sana, lakini hebu chukulia tu mfano. Inapotokea eneo labda kumetokea mafuriko, baba anaweza akaondoka na begi, lakini mwanamke ataangalia mtoto. Mwanamke atahakikisha mtoto amekula. Baba ana uwezo wa kwenda akaoa mke mwingine, mwanamke atahakikisha kwamba watoto wake wako salama. Kwa hiyo mwanamke ni kiungo katika maisha, ukiacha tu kubeba mimba na kuzaa, lakini bado ni kiumbe muhimu katika maisha. Na katika hizi harakati lazima mwanamke apewe kipaumbele. Apewe kipaumbele kwa sababu gani? Yeye baba, hata baba naye akiumwa, mama anakuwa muuguzi. Ninaweza mimi mwanamke nikaumwa, mume wangu asijali. Pengine ugonjwa wangu labda nimeparalyze au labda nimepata ugonjwa mkubwa, akaamua kwenda kutafuta mtu mwingine. Lakini mimi mume wangu akiwa ameumwa, amepata ugonjwa wa aibu, mimi lazima nitawajibika. Nitakuwa muuguzi mimi, nitakuwa daktari mimi, nitakuwa mlinzi mimi. Kila aina ya shughuli zote mwanamke zinamhusu. Lakini hata kwa watoto, mtoto akiwa mbaya ni wa mama. Mtoto akiwa mwizi, mtoto akiwa kibaka, mtoto sijui ameharibu, mtoto sijui amefanyaje, ni wa mama. Lakini baba, mtoto akiwa mzuri ni baba. Kwa sababu wanawake lazima wapewe kipaumbele katika nyanja zote, iwe ni za kijamii, iwe ni za kiuchumi, iwe ni katika kila eneo, kwa sababu wao wamebeba mhimili wa maisha ya mwanadamu.
So Husna responded. She started by saying it's the work that she does 100% supports the women's struggles. Yeah, and she said, like Petunia already said, part of women, as women, we sometimes think we are weak and we cannot do this or that, but we aren't. It's a matter of communication and being aware of this capacity, and maybe being more supported, be by the government or amongst ourselves. So she started by saying she doesn't want to dwell more into the challenge, but she will give an example of what happens if it floods in these informal settlements where even the houses are isolated by flood. Sometimes mobility is limited, both vehicular or walking. So she says a man or a husband could just pick up the bag and flee, but the woman will stay behind, irrespective of the conditions, to look after the children or something like that. Or if there is some illness in the family, if suppose she's ill, and even if it goes as far as, let's say, she's paralyzed, a man can just move and even remarry. But if it's a woman, she wouldn't leave a step. She'll just stay. She says, if a husband has an illness that is frustrating, shameful in the society, or whatever the case it is, a woman will stay and take care of this person and such stuff. So many examples. If a child is a thief or turns up to be too naughty or a bad child, that's her mother's child. But if it's a good boy, then here the father gets the praises. And so many, maybe not many, but some men will do that. Yeah. But also, as Shumani already said, we are not sidelining the man or the boy child. It's a matter of creating more awareness so as to support women more. So, yeah, that's it.
Elinorata, yeah. We have a few questions. Gloria, would you like to ask a question? I think we... Mas a gente precisa do microfone para tradução, não é isso?
Olá, bom dia a todos e a todas e todos. Queria agradecer por essa oportunidade, né, e a organização nas pessoas de Paula e Priscila. E agradecer muito a vocês, né, a Petunia, Husna, Shumani e Elinorata, tá certo? Por compartilharem, né, essas experiências, esses conhecimentos. Eu fico até emocionada, porque é uma sorte de um encontro, né, diaspórico, transatlântico, e enfim. Eu sou Glória, eu sou professora da Faculdade de Arquitetura da Universidade Federal da Bahia, em Salvador. Não sei se vocês sabem, Salvador foi a primeira capital do Brasil colonial, e é uma cidade com a influência afro-brasileira muito marcante, né, relativamente à cidade que tem maior população negra, a capital, né, que tem maior população negra no Brasil. E aí eu queria falar, assim, ouvindo vocês, duas questões. Uma, não necessariamente uma pergunta, mas um aprendizado que eu tenho percebido muito, assim, né, que às vezes tem certos temas e abordagens que ficam circulando no mundo acadêmico como a economia, como uma moda desimplicada, né, das lutas e de uma produção de conhecimento engajada. Acho que a professora Elinorata falou bastante sobre isso, e eu acho importante. E aí eu acho que, por exemplo, mesmo as perspectivas da interseccionalidade, muitas vezes trabalham com dimensões estabilizadas, né? Eu acho que, quando não tem esse engajamento, dimensões como raça, classe e gênero ficam esvaziadas por não estarem construindo um pensamento situado como o que vocês trazem aqui. E aí, quando vocês trazem uma complexidade, né? E aí eu acho que essa perspectiva interseccional, ou a questão da gente pensar também numa perspectiva de encruzilhadas, no que vocês trouxeram, pensar essa condição, né, de ser mulher nas realidades de vocês, né? Veio muito a questão da injustiça sanitária, da ação comunitária, das políticas governamentais, das redes de cuidado. E é isso que é a interseccionalidade, é essa complexidade situada, né, de dimensões concretas da reprodução da vida cotidiana. Então, obrigada nesse sentido. E aí a segunda pergunta é um pouco que eu vi a Elinorata falar, gostei muito de saber do trabalho, né, do engajamento, mas também queria ouvir Petunia, Husna, Shumani, se vocês pudessem falar também de como vocês veem a relação com a universidade, né? E até para aprender também, né? Assim, como é que se dá essa relação na África do Sul e na Tanzânia. No Brasil, a gente tem uma história de extensão, né? Que são interações comunitárias, que é algo muito forte. Pode ser bem potente, mas também, às vezes, tem uma abordagem bem assistencialista, né? Mas permite esses espaços de colaboração e de cocriação de conhecimentos. Obrigada.
We are going to ask, we're going to get a round of questions. I'm taking notes, if you guys want to take notes too, and then we'll give you a chance to respond. So you had a question.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Eu queria agradecer a organização desse evento incrível, no nome da Priscila e da Paula. compartilharem seus conhecimentos. Parabenizar especialmente a
Petunia, Arnushna, and Shumani for your struggle that transformed communities. I am Tayana. I am a lawyer, and I research and I do doctorate work in the Catholic University of Rio. And I do research in female protagonisms in urban occupations in Gaboa. This is a neighborhood in Rio, and this is a neighborhood and it's a very racial area and a lot of struggle of the Black population that were slaves in the past. And I work with Black women, and I would like to ask you if you feel comfortable, if you identified some kind of violence in gender, something like macho, through the protagonism that you guys have in your communities, in your leadership, in your family, in the intercommunication with the community, or with your communication with the local government.
Kelly.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk here. I think it was very enriching and I learned a lot from your realities. And thank you for your brave work in your communities. It's very inspiring for us. You mentioned that you think all the policies should focus on women because women are those who are caring. And my question is about caring. So I don't know if you discuss this on in the communities um, you are. What are the I don't know your perspective on caring and the in unequal over work that women have in our communities towards in relation to caring. So do you try somehow in your work challenge these roles, these established social roles of caring, or this discussion is not yet that um, it is not yet arrived in your community work. So it's about caring systems and how these unequal roles played by women affect their quality of life and their rights. So do you discuss this? What's your perspective on this? So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm taking notes as well, Petunia. I'm seeing you looking at me. We'll just get, because we have now quite a few questions, and just to get them, and then we'll recap very quickly. And maybe, no, Gigi. Okay, are you sure? Okay, Paula, please. E a Graça. Então, eu vou pedir Graça.
Bom dia a todas, todos e todas. Primeiro, dizer que sejam bem-vindas, né? Depois de 2 anos
After 2 years working together virtually, now I have the pleasure to see you all personally and speaking and meeting. You'll get to know soon our experiences and say through your presentation and say here in Brazil, it's not so difficult, the lack of public policies, because the only
vedado, né? Porque de vocês a gente vê escancarado a questão da falta de políticas, falta de apoio, né? Pelo próprio governo, mas aqui no Brasil também a gente cada dia remando por todos os lados para poder conseguir, de fato, implementar políticas públicas que as mulheres
in various areas, because I know the difficulty, especially for women, to wake up at night, not to have a toilet is terrible. Are you able to expand this work? And also in Johannesburg, in Africa, South Africa, how your work is being accepted by the men, because I was in Africa and the men learned to speech. Yes, we are very sensitive to the woman's work, but they want to speak, with our voice. I want to know how you are doing this work.
Thank you very much, Graça. I'm not going.
I'm just going to recap very quickly. The first question, and then if each one of you could sort of like answer what you would like to, and just closing speech, maybe 3 minutes each one, 3 minutes, okay? So how do you see, especially Husna, Petunia and Shumani, the first question was about how do you see the relation with the university? Elinorata spoke about that, but in your work, how do you see this collaboration? That was the question about from Gloria. If you, especially Husna and Petunia, feel gender violence and patriarchy in your work in the neighborhoods, if you see that, how do you feel about? We spoke about that even, Husna. How do you feel about the fact that women are mostly responsible for taking care of their families, their children, their community? How is that? Is that discussed in the neighborhood at all? And how do you feel about that? And then, Husna, that's more for you, particularly with relation to the construction of the toilets. Is this being expanded to other parts of Dar es Salaam? And then a question, I mean, this is for Elinorata and Husna, but then a question for Petunia and Shumani. How are the men accepting and dealing with this question about the empowerment and the autonomy of women? Graça was expressing her opinion. Yes, so that's it. Can we just go in the same order and start with Petunia? Yeah, yeah.
The collaboration, for me, it's amazing, because it's not going to end like that. Many people now, I'm in Brazil because of the university. Lots of people, they know how we struggle in our communities. The research will be out there so that people would know what is happening in our communities. So this collaboration will open many doors to women like me, women who are staying in environment like ours. So they will learn and not to just keep quiet, because if the research goes all over, like we are sitting right now, it's about you made it possible. It's the university and the research. So I think for me, it's amazing.
Okay. Kuna swali anasema kuhusu ujenzi wa vyoo, kule Keko Machungwa. Imewezekana kuvisambaza kwenda kwenye maeneo mengine ya Dar es Salaam ama kujenga vingi zaidi, nadhani hata pale Keko Machungwa ama maeneo mengine ya Dar es Salaam?
Okay. Imewezekana, na sio kwamba ni kwa sababu tu tunazungumzia Keko Machungwa. Lakini tumekuwa tukijenga vyoo kwenye maeneo mbalimbali kulingana na changamoto ambazo tumeziibua. Kama nilivyosema, tumekuwa tukifanya hizo tafiti jamii na kuibua kero mbalimbali katika maeneo husika. So kama kero inaonyesha ni hitaji ni vyoo, basi tumejenga vyoo. Kwa mfano kwa Dar es Salaam tumejenga vyoo eneo la Karakata, ambapo ni kata ya Kipawa, wale ambao wako karibu na uwanja wa Taifa na ni uwanja wa ndege. Lakini pia hapa Vingunguti ambako nako ndiko kuna changamoto kubwa ya masuala ya uchafuzi wa mazingira. Tumejenga vyoo ambavyo vimeunganishwa kwenye lakini pia tumejenga vyoo ambavyo vinazalisha gesi, biogas. Tuna diwat pale ambazo pia tumejenga. Ukienda Chamazi ni hivyo, lakini ukienda Arusha, ukienda Dodoma, Morogoro, Mwanza, mikoa yote 8 ambao federation ipo, kwa sababu watu wa kwenye makazi holela, changamoto yetu kubwa ni uchafuzi wa mazingira. Kwa hiyo tunaieneza, na pia tunapata teknolojia mbalimbali na kuzifanyia majaribio. Na wakati mwingine kuna teknolojia, mfano hii ya biofuel iliwezwa pia kubebwa na watu wengine ambao hata hawakuwa wana federation, na kwa maeneo mengine ambapo hakuna federation waliweza kubeba huo ubunifu na kuweza kupeleka, iwapo hata DAWASA kubeba mpango wa simplified sewer kwenye maeneo ya makazi ya Mabatini kule Mwanza.
Okay. So it was about the toilets being built, and if they they have been able to scale up to use them in other areas, where she says yes, and I also know, Priscilla knows because we have been there. Yeah, so she mentioned some of the areas in Dar es Salaam and some other regions, mostly in all 8 regions where the federations are. But there are others. One of the areas is Vingunguti, which during the seminar in Dar, we are going to see them. Because and they learn different technologies because in Vingunguti it's the settlement has some very specific characteristics of being highly densified, apart from the normal definition of informal settlements that we know. But they have some simplified sewers which connects to the DWAT system or the wastewater ponds. But also the idea has been copied and used in other areas also, with even outside the federation, but people learned from them and did that. Sorry, Priscilla, the first question, which Petunia also responded to, what was it? Is Husna expected to do? It was about the relation with the university. How does she see the relation? Uhusiano kati yenu na taasisi za research kama vyuo vikuu ama chuo kikuu Ardhi, unaona huo uhusiano unasaidiaje, unafanyaje vitu kama?
Kwa ufupi sana ni kwamba mahusiano na vyuo vikuu tunayazingatia, na mara nyingi amekuwa akitusaidia sana, kwa sababu vyuo vikuu tunajua wao wana elimu za juu. Wanapokuja kuungana na sisi, wao wana elimu za darasani, sisi tuna uzoefu. Tukiweka pamoja ndio mambo yanaweza kwenda kwenye jamii yetu. Kwa hiyo hata baadhi ya miradi ya vyoo, kwa mfano vyoo vya chupa, tulipata kutoka kwa watu wa Cambridge na watu wa Ardhi University. Kwa hiyo wanapokuja wana vyuo mbalimbali, tunapata kupanua ufahamu zaidi. Inatusaidia sana.
Okay. So Priscilla, Husna says they do take the relationship between them and the universities, other research institutions, other higher learning institutions is good and it's useful, because at the university they have this knowledge, theoretical knowledge, some of the fieldwork, but they do have the experience also. So merging the two makes whatever the issue more efficient. She's saying even there are some of the toilet technologies were learned from the Cambridge and Aalto University. Where is Aalto? Aalto Kikwat. Okay, Finland. Yeah, but so that's how the relationships are beneficial. Thank you.
Very much. We are gonna close now, and I thank Elinorata and Shumani as well for your understanding, and we'll continue the conversation during lunchtime and during the day. But we went a little bit over the lunch, but now we have to stop. Thank you very much, and that was an awesome session. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to moderate. A gente vai voltar às 2h30 para cá e
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon to all. We're going to initiate the first session in the afternoon in the seminar, Feminist Urban Fights, the next two sessions. And so it will be the same theme, exploring mythologies, identities, diversities, and experiences. We thank the participation of all here in the afternoon and the organization, the teachers, Paula, Persila, Namanda. And for this, we have wonderful guests today that will share their experiences and knowledge. The teacher, Sarah Charter, doctor in urban planning, University of Sheffield in England. She's also associated teacher of University of Wits. I don't know if the name is correct, in Johannesburg. And she also has her interest themes and also interface with infrastructure, popular urban, state, and governance, collaborating with University of Sheffield, Glasgow, and Cardiff in England, researching about mobility and she's also she's a researcher associated at the Center of Studies of Inequality and integrates boards, various boards, journals. Thank you for you being here. Also here for a speech, together, separated and different, Rosana Prandrão Tavares, who's a teacher in the Architectural University and also teacher in the postgrad in the University of Fluminense. And she also works with urban planning. She also worked in ONGs in Rio, and she has practices in education and participation, popular participation, works with international agencies, and now she coordinates research and urban visions in the territories. And also we have the happiness to have with Janya, mother, teacher, feminist. He works in the University of Alagoas, postgrad in technology and social development in Rio, and postgrad in dynamics of living spaces. Since 2004, he works with women's movements, and she also is very much connected to this. She also gained a CAPS prize in the best thesis of regional planning. Welcome. Now the word to our guests. Would like to highlight there are some issues that we would like to share with you and provoke in this dialogue. We thought about Sarah to put a certain issue, Sarah. Your work is based on methods and mythologies that are feministic, not only based on women. So instead of this, you have worked with experiences, individuals, and communities that are marginalized. Could you please speak with us how you have projected these researches? What methods and methodologies have been mobilized, and how are you involved, the subjects in the research? In this work that you are doing presently. And Rosanna and Gigi, I would like you all to also explore the part of this network that became the urban feminism, but also the issue that's so important that you have outlined and also questioned about an epistemological indiscipline. and their challenges. So, with all these issues, now the word is to Sarah. She has 20 minutes, and this will be shared with these two people on the stage for 15 minutes each. Professor Sarah, you have the word, please. The floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's absolutely wonderful to be here this afternoon, and thank you very much to all of the organizers for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here. I'm very appreciative of the chance to learn about the projects in Sao Paulo that I'm hoping we're going to see over the next few days, and to learn from all the discussions today. So I was given a particular question now, and I'm not sure that I'm really going to be addressing that directly, but perhaps indirectly. So let's see how it goes. So what I wanted to talk about this afternoon relates to a particular strand of research that I've been involved in. As a staff member at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, and in collaboration with colleagues, some of whom are in the room, Professor Paula Meth, and others. And I wanted to talk about research into homelessness and the particular issue of people occupying public space in South African cities and occupying space to live in an unauthorized way. So this work that I'm talking about has been in Johannesburg, and it's occurred in different research initiatives, so there are different kind of strands to the work. And I think in some ways this work is very different to what we were talking about this morning. So I'm not going to be talking about women, I'm going to be talking about men. It's also not work that is about claiming territory in the same way that we were hearing about women claiming a place to live, trying to consolidate their location in the city. So it's not about that. Instead it's rather about people's struggle to work in the city, to earn an income in the city, and to have a right to be in the city, but not in the same way of claiming territory that we were hearing about. It's also I'm not talking about community struggles, I'm not talking about collective struggles. These are more individualized, more atomized, maybe more isolated instances. So in that way, I see what I'm talking about as a little bit different to what was being spoken about this morning. But I nevertheless think that there are some very strong parallels, and I hope that I'll be able to bring those out this afternoon. So I think the work is very relevant to a discussion on feminist methodologies, and to the work of the seminar as a whole. So in one of these projects that I'm going to be talking about this afternoon, I worked with 4 people who had themselves experienced homelessness, and those are the people who are shown in the image on the screen. So they themselves had each been living rough on the streets of Johannesburg, living unsheltered, living in a homelessness kind of situation. And I was fortunate to get to know these 4 people, and they subsequently, at a later time, became researchers on a project that I was doing, on an initiative that I was doing to understand homelessness in the city. And I got to know them through a storytelling initiative that they were involved in, where they were telling the stories of their own lives. They had been meeting every week, this group of 4 people, along with a person who was facilitating the process of storytelling. She would invite them to a particular space and bring food, and she was very skilled in helping people to articulate their experiences and to write them, to write their narratives. So what they were writing about is their journey of coming to Johannesburg from a rural area or from a small town, and what happened to their lives to cause them to become homeless. So through their storytelling about their lives, their experiences came to form the basis of a film, a movie called Via. There's the poster on the left-hand side. And the film really tells the story of precarity, the precarity of new arrivals coming into a big city. And it tells the story in different ways about their vulnerability to being exploited by other people who see them as naive, inexperienced with the ways of the city, their vulnerability to abuse by relatives, even in the city. It deals with the sort of weight of family expectations, family who are elsewhere, who've sent somebody to the city to be the person that gets a job, to earn an income, and to send money home, but the burden of those expectations. So this is all what goes into the film Via, the movie. So it was a very powerful film. I wasn't directly involved at all in the film, but I had the chance to go onto the set to see some of the filming. There I am with my students, my third-year students, and the director, Akin Omotoso, who was this famous person who was directing the movie. I had a chance to sort of learn about the story. And that was an interesting insight into a way of making popular and a way of making accessible to the general public a complex story of vulnerability in coming to the city using the medium of film. So I was kind of learning also about what it takes to translate complex stories into something compelling and something really interesting to watch. In parallel with the film, there was then a book being produced about the lives of the homeless writers, and I was involved in the book. And so my role in the book was to try and provide some contextualization about the housing situation in the city, the housing policy situation, to help try and explain how it was so difficult for people who fell on difficult times to get help from the government or to find a decent place to live. And so I was privileged to work with the 4 people who are writing their stories. And on the screen are some examples of the way that they were writing about their lives. And also to work with a particular photographer who was working with the 4 homeless writers to portray what it was like to live in the city. So this image in the middle is of Madoda, who's one of the writers. And his story on the left is all about how he presents himself in the city not as a homeless person. So he talks about going to work in his office every day, and by his office he means McDonald's. He had managed to get a laptop, and he would sit in McDonald's every day, and he was trying to run some websites. He always dressed incredibly smartly, but he had nowhere to live. He was sleeping on the streets. But he wanted the presentation of himself from the photographer to show him as this kind of very respectable looking person in a suit. So there I was also learning about the way in which the people writing their stories chose to present their own narratives, and the power and the importance of having control over the way in which they were represented, not by an academic like me at a university capturing their narrative in the way that I understood it or that I wanted to present it, but that they had the space for their own form of both writing but also visual presentation. Yes, there was a lot to learn from that. And the photographer on the project, Mark Lewis, is subsequently somebody that we have worked with a lot in our research projects and also learned a lot from in the way that he engages with participants in a research around how they wish to be portrayed and what they are telling him at the time of the taking the photograph, which is often somewhat different to what we've learned through other research techniques such as interviewing people or life history stories. So far I haven't said anything about feminist research, but the homeless writers, all protagonists in the book are all men. So yes, they're men, but I see the way of doing the work that they have been involved in as very much drawing on feminist principles, or the underlying, or being drawing on work that is ultimately kind of inspired by the work that feminist scholars have done, and that we've learned. So it's kind of similar principles that have been shaped by feminist scholars or shaped the work of feminist scholars. And in this case, it would be things like privileging the everyday experiences of homeless people, privileging their own lived experience, enabling these to be heard, including through forms of popular media like the film, like the book, which was not a scholarly academic book. It was a book about communicating with ordinary people who might be interested in what life was like in the inner city of Johannesburg. But in addition to sort of forefronting their stories, it was very much their narratives, their framing, their way of telling a story, their way of casting a story. So in that way, it's a form of grounded learning, learning from people's own direct experience and centering them in the process. So it's these sorts of principles that I think speak to feminist forms of doing research, even though the story is not about women and it's not about women claiming territory. So from this collaboration in writing the book, I undertook some research more directly on people living in public spaces. The site of the investigation was a river that runs through Johannesburg, a very small river, a stream, but it has a sort of park going all along it for many kilometers. So it's kind of open space, and it's used for recreation. People are jogging and cycling and walking their dogs there. But there's quite a lot of vegetation, and there are a lot of people living there and concealing their living circumstances, living in the bush. So I worked with the four homeless writers, with them as researchers. So they were the people who would go into the parks and meet with, try and persuade people to speak to them and to tell them their story. So this was obviously work that I would have found very difficult to do myself. I would not have been able to do it for many reasons, for my particular social status in the city, the class issues, race issues, language barriers. So I was very reliant on the four homeless writers as researchers on the project. So we worked collaboratively to devise the kinds of questions that they might ask, also how to approach people, and there I was relying on them entirely, their street skills, how you might approach somebody who's living clandestinely and doesn't want to be found, because these were people subject to a lot of kind of police harassment and private security guard harassment. So they try to live very discreetly, not actually building structures or anything that might show where they are. So the four homeless writers had the skills to approach people, to also kind of navigate and read the situation that they found themselves in when talking to somebody, whether somebody was going to become violent, whether there were issues with drugs or substance abuse. They worked in pairs. One of them would be writing and taking notes, the other would be asking the questions. And so they were absolutely crucial for their ability to source participants, to read the landscape, to relate to the participants' experience, to judge the situation, and to interpret the inputs of participants. So what we would do afterwards is the four researchers would be writing up, and they had very different styles of writing up the fieldwork notes. Sometimes they wrote it as verbatim transcripts, more typical that we might be used to as researchers from interview techniques. But sometimes they would bring in other things. You can see Chabalira's this text here, he would sometimes put in brackets his own observations, his own reflections on what was happening in the person's story. And then we would also meet together afterwards when a few interviews had been done, and we would work through the material and try and collectively interpret it or bring together our different interpretations. So I would read it and I would see all sorts of things and think that I was analyzing as an academic, but they would say to me, yes, he said that, but actually he meant this. And they may or may not have been right, but that was their interpretation in the moment of what they thought was actually going on and the kind of subtext that wasn't always coming through. So I guess that brings in some further principles of feminist research, the reflection, the self-reflection, thinking about how we were approaching the issue, how we were interpreting our actions in doing the research, how those were being received by the participants, what impacts we were having, those kinds of things. So just a brief, so those images on the left are actually doing the work along in the park. Just a very brief word on the kinds of findings that were coming through on the research. So some of this was to do with raising questions of masculinity and issues around masculinity from the people who were living as homeless people. And so some of that was about this weight of expectation that they had, feeling as men to provide for people in other parts of the country, and particularly to provide that for their children. So we were learning very much about their connection in social relations, although they appeared as kind of isolated individuals living rough, and were perceived by property owners as kind of vagrants or social dropouts, the kind of stereotypical notion of a homeless person. But here we were hearing something very different, which was about their deep connections, attempts to send money home, and in fact, some of the reasons for their very basic circumstances that they were living in was about saving money in order to support family elsewhere. And so a sort of explanation for why they were living like that was the inability to afford rent, to afford transport. But their priority was outside of the city. So they weren't claiming territory in the city long term as a place to put down roots, but as a place to earn income in order to support people in a different geography. And then needing to conceal their circumstances not only from authorities, but also from their own families because of the kind of stigma and the shame that they were feeling of living in these kinds of circumstances. So this is just a quick sample of some of the findings that were coming through that we were finding very powerful and very interesting. And I think I'm just moving on to the last couple of slides. So at the same time as doing this work, I was also supervising different students who were working on people living in parks, fourth-year students or master's students involved in investigating different aspects of people sleeping in parks, people using parks for sorting recycled goods, all of that kind of illegal. And in this work, we actually received some funding from the local authority, Parks Authority, the people that were in charge of public space, because they were grappling with this issue of homelessness and didn't know how to deal with it. It wasn't in their mandate to try and grapple with people living in public space, but they welcomed the students' ability to research the issue and to present our findings on that. Not just to the Parks Department of the local authority, but they invited the Housing Department, Social Development, and other people in there. So there was an attempt to link the student research, the homeless writers research, and the kind of policy world and practice world of the local authority. We also got involved in the Johannesburg Homeless Network, which is a non-governmental organization trying to work on the issue of homelessness. So just in the last... I think this is the last slide. So I think what I've hoped to illustrate is a strand of work involving men, not involving claiming territory in the same way we were talking about this morning, but that I think is very relevant and that builds on some of the techniques and principles of feminist research and shows how that can inform and strengthen a lens into other ways of thinking about issues in urban areas. This last slide is just there because there's Anthony, one of the 4 homeless writers, in the middle of the image on the right-hand side. He's now moved into a state-subsidized flat in a block of flats, apartment. He managed to access that through his mother. It was given to his mother, but his mother didn't want to live there, and he's living there. And we have now been doing more research with him as the researcher on the project, him doing the interviews with his neighbors, the people that live above him and below him and in the next few buildings, to try and understand the really difficult aspects of life that he's finding in these buildings. So in some ways, moving to a formal building has been really difficult for him, not because he doesn't have the skills to live formally, he absolutely does, but he's been given a particular kind of accommodation that requires a lot of management of the building in order to deal with the social issues of people living very close to each other. And there is no management in this building. The government has not set up any management structure, and so there are many, many conflicts arising from his life in this building. So he's been interviewing people to help us as researchers understand this government program. So I've just put that in as a kind of a continuity of using the skills of Anthony as a researcher and his background of different forms of living to illuminate a new kind of circumstances that we're trying to learn about. And I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for sharing. I think it's very important to recognize connections, and now, with no further ado, Husna Tavares, you have the floor now, please. Skills. Good afternoon to all. Well, I would like to thank for the kind invitation, Paula, Priscilla, and this partnership that we already have, and with Paula, and I think it's very rewarding, and it's so good to share our research with Diana. And our speech today, in order to have time and to share this moment, it's a speech starting on an article that was published in 2022 by this magazine, Interdisciplinar, that was awarded in 2022, and an Park Association, and Award for Architecture and Urbanism. And the name of the article is on feminist methodologies. And now we're going to talk about some reflections, not only on we presented on this article, Diana and me, but on topics that we have been building, thinking as theories and practice, and also as a support in this place, not only as a teacher and researcher, but in this trajectory in education, we're working with popular education and popular movements, basically here in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. I am going to start showing you this image that is a report done by a student during the pandemics that she wanted to work, do the issue of the body, right, and the making of the concept of the principles, elaboration of a humanistic project in Niterói, in Rio de Janeiro, where I teach. And she wanted also, she wanted to work with the interdicted body of the woman. And at the time of the pandemics, through social net, we saw this polycutes of the nipples of Instagram that shouldn't appear, shouldn't be shown on Instagram. And then she made an approximation, initial approximation, to think on projects in near the Museum of Contemporary, and she imprinted nipples with people that has a feminine and masculine sexual organ, and started showing this to everybody. This is an article that we quote here, but it's emblematic to think our reflections that we want to share with you today. Well, without being more redundant, I think what is important here for us in this discussion is that when we refer or we look for to think about feminine methodologies, and I'm not here only talking about methodology, teacher, but also, but I believe that it is not redundant in the present days, that we are really dealing with the challenges, that when we talk about methodology, it means that we are studying paths of investigation to and to see what was, and to see the values of gender through a process of subjectivation of those that sustain this colonial capitalist method. And there is something that was written by Sueli Monique, a Brazilian anthropologist, that would be zombie anthropophagy. And here, into study and build feminist methodology, is to build a process of disobedience, of questioning, and a interdisciplinary movement. This concept that is present in our article, this variable interdisciplinary with strategy constituted by collective movement, it is a principle. And this is the invitation for in our article. And then we state the indiscipline. It does not talk that they only are against many established order, as well as the production of the knowledge, as well the way we tell our stories, if they would not be collectives and related to other women, linked to the past and the present. And when I say present, it means that this is a field of historiography that tries to question this idea that we are talking on contemporary story, but contemporary story is a referential landmark, meaning the Second World War. But we are talking about now in a story starting in a territory from certain bodies. So when we're talking present time, we are talking about this. I don't know if I'm following the slides. Before, what we were taught to and to learn, we, as Sueli mentioned earlier, this is according to the definition of the individual and through the architecture and urbanism and the social science, a feeling of itself in space, separated from the world, stable, becoming stable, and having as a basis this modern subject that was put here, that we are transfigured historically, and becoming owners of our body. We have to stabilize our and in order to plan and project ourselves with according to these methodologies. This is the culture of knowledge producing methodologies and building languages for those, but for this that we understand as social problems. This rationality goes to and dimension our perspectives of learning and research. And we also spoke about extension. I think this was already explained. And
this imposition of exclusivity of the reading of a world we cannot disconstruct. Always, it has to be outside these patterns. And here, if we a little bit more of time to develop this idea, epistemological radicalization is to understand the idea of radicalization in the production of culture, but think of that goes through our political contemporary life. The idea that the production of knowledge is a reflex very straight of the democracy where we live in. We have a democracy of formalities. We didn't construct a democracy, radical democracy. And this also has to do with this representation. And this will be what we were spoken in the morning. Something that's important is to understand that the perspective of diversity is fundamental for our understanding of the discipline because it ruins exclusion and homogenization of what we're going through. Multiple experiences of women in inequality, also of the potentials, and also what happens in life and what we are. And there's also a partner in research since the pandemic in Argentina. She says our bodies, alliance, connection, even in discipline is epistemology that is alive, respecting something that is not so solid and also of knowledge. And here I'm going to speak of the book that was recently published, which is called Feminist Hope. And they work with a few verbs to construct what they hope is a female hope. And then there is the verb of disobey. And she says, to disobey doesn't eliminate the need of being obedient, of consentment, of new relations in all ways. And to say this, we are for sure going into a difficult territory. And we have to think of the need to evaluate our feminist paths for our manifestations that are public about diversity, and they should be respected. And I think this speech is very provocative because we speak about mythology, because what happens is what we perceive, there is an expectation that we're going to present a model, a recipe of cake, and stabilize our epistemological body. And so I think what this is also what calls our attention. We're not to stabilize, we're to instabilize. Another issue is to reaffirm without rest that in disobedient, they don't only want to have one dimension, they want to have various. In our point of view, women that desire to confront social forces and political forces, this would justify the debate of gender. It's not more a theme, but it has to be added in the methodological planning of social sciences. This means the construction of feminist mythologies, we have to understand the guidelines and policies with an important guideline, the social and political, that disputes new languages through them. We understand that to investigate in a fight of those that are also researching is not only, it is also a very wide political project. We have to have intersections. So like this, we will stop this invisibility, and this should be presented in spaces. The big challenge to move this radicalization is to disseminate and understand the rupture with the rigidity and hierarchy that exists in language. It's not a result, it's a path, a method that has to have readings and spaces in the cities, and also outside the images of neoliberalism that freezes us, and also colonialist images. This movement to exist as a woman is also a land that's disputed and always questioned. So I also invite us to think the idea of a woman, even though we try to stabilize and put it in a box, it is in movement. It could be by us or by the social and political forces. The strategies of change go through the opposition of the norms and the space and the bodies in various stories, and the hierarchies, generational and racial, are always in dispute. And for Jenna to speak, I will show this provocation. How it is how the feminists fights as method are for articulation between the possibilities that we imagine and we believe are possible in the present time. Hello, good afternoon. We had small time to talk, small space. You have a minute. And I just forgot to do this advertising. This book, besides being published this article is published in this book. We did a version in this book, which is Urban Feminism. It is available for sale, and it's also online in PDF in the internet. And we could send the link, and it's in my profile. And recently, we were able to resource for the translation of the book, but we don't know how it's going to be published. But we do have a translation in English. This is a book that we did together. You didn't, and it was a blog that we had together about gender in urban spaces. And in the 10 years since this blog exists, and we wanted to publish the things that we were able, and we got some money from the university. It's free in the internet, and also it's not expensive, and also it's online. This is Portuguese, and there's also other partners that are here, and they're in this room. So I would like to thank also the organization of the event, and I am looking forward the next days to visit and see these areas. We're going to live this experience in the next 3 days, and I feel a little contradiction to speak of other way of production of knowledge, other mythologies, but I'm going to present to you slides. So I feel a little, funny. The event is more of a traditional format. And the other days, till the end of this week, we are going to be going through another experience in the construction of knowledge. Husna said, I'm going to continue about the article, and we divided ourselves to bring some experiences. One experience that I'm going to talk about, but I want to show others quickly. I have 15 minutes. In the article, we speak about one experience. I'm not going to speak about. It's in the text. It's an experience about a project that was done in the University of Architecture to think of the territory in the relation with the body. Rosanna spoke about this body as our body in relation to the other bodies and the maternality and the space. And so this body goes through the city and other people that is situated. It will relate with other people and how they represent themselves. And so this is work, various scales that go through this body, but a regional scale where there's a train line, then divides parts. There's an urban plan for each part. And then we do in detail the urban plan in spaces in where people live. We're going to go to various areas. We speak about the experience. And just to start, I would like to speak up what we speak about in the text. Our experience that are pedagogical has to do with popular education. Here in Brazil, we have an important intellectual, Paulo Freire. These are experiences that are also important and developed in the social movements. Various people experiences, the idea of this popular experience, and the professor Elinorata spoke about the popular education, the co-production of knowledge, and to construct knowledge together and make it not so hierarchical. And instead of the classical formation in the classroom, that the students receive the knowledge. The idea is to construct knowledge together. We are learning together, co-production of knowledge, and so we drink from this popular education. And this also is for us to strengthen ourselves, learn together, strengthen each other, and think of the way to construct another world together with educators and those that are being educated. And like Husna said, we don't want to go through the experiences, any kind of model. It's from our own practices. From our practices, we think that could inspire new ways of organization in territories. In the territories, there's not a model. And experiences that are experienced. It's difficult to translate. These are experiences that we went through and we're going to pass on to you. Here are some items. I tried to organize my speech with some of experience that we had, but these some disciplines. The first issue of the circularity and this form of availability in these spaces in a way, this form different than what we are here, that makes possible the sharing of formations and debates, which are completely different. It's not only a form, but it's also to look at the same place, the same center, and see organizations different, make it in movement, and make it and think differently, and not this body that's only sitting down and receiving info. It's also other ways of mythologies in the center, as a center where we can converge and the possibilities of exchange. So here at the beginning, this is a course of that I did with Bruna a long time ago in 2019. Bruna that's over there, and Friday we're going to be with her in the FBC. I think there's a picture of her here. For instance, the beginning of the course, we shared an object in the center of, and at the end, the presentations of the groups, the final works, in this center of sharing, the opposite about what we see above, the center of the circle. Something else, small circles. And I like the image, the space for the children to be present. That's my daughter, but it's a space for any child to be present. And what's nice in the SESC, there is a space because this is classical in the movements, in the universities. There's never space for the children. And so we made possible that children could be part of the collective construction and the production of knowledge. And those that take care of children can also be there. And I put this picture to show the work that I did with Rosana. But this thing, the space where this place is, and this knowledge is produced, this open spaces, and where we can hear, see outside, hear other noises, the wind, and sit in different ways. And this think of the potentiality of the place, about the situated knowledge produced from a place, from a body that's looking at a place in this social position. And so this knowledge produced, especially in that place, and that the places can also bring, universities are very close in themselves. And I'm speaking as a teacher, in the academy, which is very structured. And so trying to make a little bit of in discipline and learn in new places. For instance, here I did with Mari. It's good to speak about friendship. This is also epistemology. We know long time friendship. This is also part in another way of thinking of the world. So Marian and I, we gave this course about memory, and this was done in the popular museums. And so there's the Quilombo on Pedro do Sal. This was a course in Rio. There are various museums in Rio.
So we went there and we had the classes in situ with the local community, debating together with the student. So that the power of this place is to think on collective knowledge, but also to build a map together. And this is a way of thinking the territory together. This is a common platform that we put in the center, and we can think about thinking, and we can see that we can think together and do something. This is another experience of collective building, of a mapping, also in a regional scale. But here we taught on the in a region near a river, and we studied since the beginning with the river, and each student made an intervention together with the local community, an intervention and each chunk of the river. You can see the plants. This discipline that I was mentioning to Gloria, we are transforming little by little our MA course in inserting questions of intersectionality, because we are still very centered in the situation of classes, of architecture and of urbanism. So I was lucky enough to teach this, and it's called identity, culture, and development, and it means dealing with intersectionality and also a distension. And this slide I put after your speech, because I recall this experience made in our university, where we have an office that works with popular groups, communities, and one of the demands that we had, it was to build a to build something for the fishermen, but where actually it were the late women fishers. And this was during the pandemic. We were in the height of the pandemic, so we had to meet online. And one of the things that we did is what we worked a lot in this project was on the tools. Because it was an environment area, and they wanted to build to to build a toilet, but also in order to respect this area. And what we did in order to choose what kind of toilet should we build, it was a participative process. As it was online, we called people from other states that were specialized in ecology, sanitation, that were showing several models for the fishermen, fisherwoman, and we had the circle of banana that is an ecological decentralized system. And also it was a way that we gave them the choice on which would be the best kind of toilet that they would like to have. And thus they were debating until they arrived to this project. So I wanted to show the slider in order to have the debate of what we're showing this morning. Something else that I would like to mention. I'm going to talk very quickly to think on the synthesis and how do we end an educational process in a way that doesn't need necessarily to be traditional. Sometimes we do have to make reports, but in this case, we had a theater piece, and this was a online course, and in each class, our students collaborated with us. Each student built a synthesis, the diagrams at each class. And another way of doing that we work is building the synthesis in a collective space in a big piece of class, and where we were sticking several elements, other kind of synthesis. This one is another movie that we made during the pandemic that was a process on thinking on the care on this critical moment of the pandemics, dreaming with another world, writing letters and thinking how would be another future. And we made a beautiful video available at the internet, but also showing that how we could self-heal. And this is the experience that I wanted to tell you so much about, but I think I have very little time. I don't have a discipline. Please give me 5 minutes more. This was what Paula asked me. I wanted to show you the cover, the cover of the presentation, because we presented this presentation during our seminar online. This is the cover. Kaya presented the cover, and I wanted to show you if by chance anybody saw this cover. We this is what we project. I'm going to show you very quickly. Here are the women that participated in my team. Several of you are present here. Please raise your hands, those of you that are present here. And all of you helped us to build this. I'm very happy to be here together. Well, and we were interdisciplinary team, and we had a team that are called territorial articulators, that they were the militants, the articulators of the territory that came to our meetings, but that they were leaders in the community. And I think that you mentioned also, Elinorata, that you were mentioning the importance of paying these people that were helping us and working and making them already have another source of income and not have so many other jobs to support the house. And I think it was difficult to pay because the university didn't want to pay them. So Canada already had sent, and now university didn't want to pay this kind of plastering, this casted laws of the Brazilian universities. Yeah, also to show you, we had 3 territories, very different here. One of the state of Maranhão, in Quilombos, this fisherman community in Ponto de Pedras, the state, and in Rio de Janeiro, in the Serra Misericórdia, a community in an informal, and in the Maranhão, the Quilombo it was not urban. I don't want to, I'm not going to say rural, but you're going to see this in the picture. And they are one of the three articulators. I don't know if you people do not live in Brazil, they will not know what is a quilombo. It's a kind of community. Do you know what a quilombo is? Well, it seems that most of you do know. So we started working here. Our main objective is to make a small book, a booklet, mapping the technologies that what these women were producing in these movements, like many that we are going to be able to see tomorrow and the next day. And all these social movements, you are going to see how present women are in the working field. So we wanted to map, so we wanted to see, we were mapping what kind of work they were doing in a place that was dominated by men, and also develop a small manual. So we built these maps for this territory, maps where they mention their daily tasks, like order to go and pick up water, then a collective map, aerial view, and their individual maps. And from on, and I mapped the technology. In this process of mapping, of collective mapping, we saw very expressively that this technology of the cloth. So the first cloth, the first one that you saw, where you made a special knot to carry some heavy things in order to have your hand free. In one of the pictures, you saw a woman carrying water. Probably you couldn't see this in the water, but you can see this cloth that, that would help you carry this water over your head. And maybe that can also made of straw, with coconut, also could be made of straw. So we see and we see several kind of knots. Many of them had different kinds of knots, of wrappings, in order to protect their hair, for instance, and their turban. This turban is not only the stylish things, but it's also to protect your hair from the sun. This is an individual protection. And they started to share all this kind of, all this. And we even called a friend from Mozambique that came to give a workshop of capulana, okay, that is still used in South Africa, but in Mozambique it's called capulona. And this kind of cloth has many uses. We made this online because this happened during the pandemic. We wanted to meet on site, and we made some other research on knots throughout the world, and until we arrived at this project on this size of the cloth, starting from this research, and how this idea of the book became a cloth book. So all the information would be in this cloth, but we wanted to also to show. So I have very little of this cloth here, but we also made a new version that could be downloaded in a PDF and has 49 pages that could be printed in A4, and you are able to have a printed book. Also to explain the process of the participative design that also was made collectively. First, all the drawings of the individual maps went to the final drawings that I'll be showing you in the cloth. in order to represent each territory with the synthesis to use the same palette of colors. But actually, it was made by different women. And one of the drawings was an inspiration from the Quilombo from Maranhão, with the tree, was the three tricks linked, and that became uh, that became and we named it Pana. Pana in African language, I don't recall exactly what means. And Pana was also the name that they used for this kind of cloth. We also made, we also some of the technologies we draw, and several researchers how these the technologies could be made. So we have many of them here imprinted in this cloth, and some that you do with the cloth, how you do this, how to amarrar, how can you tie this as a turban? You can carry a child, you can carry a child. We have it in Portuguese and English. You can download on the internet, and here's the cloth, and here the ways you can use the turban, the purse, to carry a child, to tie over your head. And this is the workshop here in Misericordia. It was a workshop of natural gynecology, and thank you so much for your attention. So after the indiscipline,
we open. Now we have questions, considerations, thoughts. Please. Does anyone have a question? So please ask. Would like to hear what you have to say. Well, good afternoon, all. The question for Sara is, when the men would do research here in Brazil, there's a lot of difficulty to get involved directly with people of the communities. Better from the universities go do research, but this is difficult. The feedback. Do you give feedback to the communities? This is what we demand very much. We know that we get the knowledge, we acquire knowledge, but we have to have the feedback. We have to give it back. So you who did all this work during the period of pandemic, what were the biggest difficulties during the pandemic to be able to develop all this work in a network? For us in the union, it was incredible. Even though we were able to give feedback, especially in terms of training, awareness during the process of pandemic. But we had, it was a battle in the beginning because it was difficulty for internet. The people in these communities didn't have access to technology, so it was difficult. So I would like to know how this was, especially in the pandemic period. Someone else? Hello, I'm Kelly. Thinking on this side of being in the Academy of Brazil universities and bring a guideline of these mythologies, these feminists that leave this pattern of rationalized and codified. So to do science in Brazil. How should this be? How is the dispute of this space For instance, if we get to these areas that have financing, that measure productivity, how do we bring these new methodologies? Many times are not valued. Not valued. This was like this in my doctorate. A lot of my experience during my research, the speeches of the women, this is so important. But depending on the field that you are, it's not very prestigious, and so you lose opportunities. You know, you become how can you dispute these areas, these spaces that are hegemonic, and transform these methodologies and each time more recognized? Because I see that we are, all we're rowing against the tide. Difficult. Good afternoon. My name is Inez. I am from the University of ABC. I'm doing master's there. My work is about the urban occupations here in a neighborhood nearby. And I would like to complement her question. This co-production of knowledge, sometimes I perceive that we are overloaded leaderships, instead of bringing solutions and alternatives that will improve the life of these people, the university is sort of sucking up their their experiences. And I am part of another movement that has nothing to do with my research. That is, it's another research of an area nearby. I brought some material and I would like to share with you our booklet that just was published. And I also have this problem, how we can work with the community and recognize, for instance, in this area where there's a Black population, and the struggle we have with institutions, with the subway system, and how can we absorb this in terms of the universities, because our project is not for this, but what happens, we are required by the university in our tasks this week. For instance, we have 3 tasks, and we have a lot of things that we have to do. When are we producing knowledge and expanding, and how much are we sucking up this knowledge without, the academy, the university didn't the status to feedback and be benefited by their experience, and only the researchers go do research. We sort of suck up their information, but what do they get in turn? What do they get out of this? In another provocation, it's not a question directly. There were some things in some speeches, some lectures, especially in the beginning of your lecture, Rosanna, was very more theoretical. That is in the aspect that bothers me, especially of those that went through the 8th of March, and very upset that we have to explain many things. We are a little tired. But in relation to the epistemological disputes, theories, what goes so what we are disputing a view of society. We have to hear in our country, and each country has its own political context, but also has this dispute. of space, of the woman's space, and everything that we're talking about. Each one will give its own name, the economy of the care and the waves of discussion. But what we had in Brazil, an important mark, which is the left criticizing this the left criticizing this feminist movement. And we know this is painful, that these people of the party, they say that we were the ones that allowed Bolsonaro to become president. And so besides this, we are also disputing and having issues with the left. So let's leave the right wing, not deal with these ideas of gender. Let it be for us. This is what I would like to say, because it's think of this aspect about the dispute in the society, that all spaces should unite and look at these guys, put the finger in their face. We have to go hand in hand and criticize ourselves and look at these issues with a little bit more of profoundness. Boa tarde.
It's not a question per se, but I recognized some of the work that I have been adopting and doing, but I'm very much interested, maybe, because I had the translation, sometimes it's late and all that, but I heard you saying some of the work that you were sharing with us is also in English, if we can access. But I wanted to just compliment that, to say we have been doing work and learning from the Brazilian methods for quite some time, as well as the organization. I've used the, excuse the language, the pronunciation, the Paulo Freire, yeah, the participatory budgeting methodology. I adapted that to our own way of doing it, and the decentralization of the budgets and all that. I reworked the model, and we're using it. We used it in some of the municipalities in the work that we were doing, but also the whole mapping. We are also using it when we do work with communities, where we want them to imagine their community, the informal settlement. How can you imagine your settlement different from how it looks like, where it's a slums, if it's supposed to be a perfect community, how will it look like? So we've used some of the methodology, but of course, I see the whole, the whole issue around co-production of knowledge and construction of knowledge as quite interesting. At the moment, with the University of Johannesburg, we put students to go and learn the ABCD methodology, but we are struggling to understand how can we translate that back to the community. They have studied now. They're going to graduate on the 15th. So I will be very much interested to learn more from the methodology, so that it can help the ladies that went to study to be able to translate it as practical work in the community. Thank you.
Now the girls. What questions, difficult questions. The difficult in the pandemic. Well, the difficulty, this PANA project, the idea was to do an encounter of these women in such different areas, live. And some of them knew themselves from other encounters of social movements. But we wanted to go to the territories to see situations. Then after I got to know 3 territories, only after the end of the pandemic, we created some mechanisms besides paying them, those that were participating in the project. Without, we know it makes things more difficult for their time because they work a lot, but we also paid internet 3G. Some places didn't have it, so we gave them the chip so we could have virtual encounters. And other moments there, that moment of COVID, there was internet down, so we had to do WhatsApp. It was a very difficult situation at that time, especially in more remote areas far from urban centers. But there were some very important things, as you said, to be able to call people far away and be with us in some kind of activity. For instance, Vonilza from Moçani gave us a workshop in Rio, but transmitted online to Alagoas and Maranhão, other states. So they were able to do this workshop. So it was great because she couldn't go to all these areas. So there was also good things of this moment. The dispute of this space, can Rosana answer this? This dispute, I think Rosa said, not only in the university, but in social movements. And it's not of class. It's not general race and class or sexuality. The movements, it's always the poise. Let's first resolve this, the problem of class. Then we will discuss the other thing. And this we did, and also in the academy with our partners. And, they think that it's, and then we're just speaking about this. And then maybe one day we'll get an article written. And the article will be awarded. People didn't think it was so important. We got an award in article. There are other questions here. The difficulty, how the university relate to social movements. We are constructing something together, something good. And I think it should be better for the other side than for the university, but not something that will be benefited by the university. This is also the kind of methodology that you're going to construct, the relation, that path. In the case of PANA, it's a work that was already ongoing. We were working with the fishermen that I showed you in the fishermen colony. There was no financing, and Kaya worked there in the Quilombos without money, without financing, and the people in the in the Misericordia Mountains. The Marama also worked in a community in Penha, another neighborhood. And what we did the project to be able to work there. We did the opposite logic. We worked with the movements. It wasn't academic work. It was something that we thought was important. We needed financing to work there. It was a reverse path. It is not first the movement to make the project. We worked there. My master's was like that. We worked with these movements in the centers, and it had various, I didn't have money, and I'm going to get a scholarship and be able to do it. But I don't have to be in an office. I'm going to work with a movement. This is also mythology.
I think, yes, there is a way we have to benefit more than the movement, than the academia. We have to use the academia strategically in order to build space for popular strengthening. Already, and the difficulty and the dispute on the left. Thank you so much for your comments. We made a report for Canada that paid for this, and where we describe our methodology, and I can send you the link. And I told to those not Brazilian speakers that we have an English version in the cloth, imprinted, and Paula will take this to you to Africa. Okay, Paula will take you, will give you this cloth in English. We don't have it here, it's there in Alagoas, but we will be so happy to send this to you. Well, thank you for the questions and your comments. Okay, let's say, for where do I start from? I am going to tell you the story. The story of the article was rather curious because this call appeared to us by email. I can't recall, and we wrote, and because we were this happened during the pandemics, living separately, sometimes closely, and with research experiences. And we wrote this article where we lived a certain situation when we made the review. Okay, but I will not go into further details. One of the issues that we had to face was that we were not quoting very important names of the laws of social science and so on. So we had, for those who are going to read this article, that we on the footnote we had a small footnote uh, quoting from where we got our experiences. But when the news that we got the award, or in order to send our theses, so let's send this article. Oh, no, we're not going to win, but at least, but let's make these people read our article. Yeah, it appeared in a not very well known um, magazine. Okay, but let's at least send it. So make them read it. We never imagined that we'd be awarded, and we were doing something very aleatory. Everything was online. We had other things to do, and all of a sudden we started receiving messages, congratulations. So I said, well, it's not my birthday today, and then we received this award. We're not expecting at all this prize, this award. And what Kelly mentioned, uh, how do we make these disputes in the academia? Well, of course, we have nuances and different ways in the academia and social governments. And also what Graça mentioned as a provocation, but I see several similarities that Diana mentioned this. Let's say in 2004, when we are in the process of other meetings, how the gender team was so specific in our national meetings with Paula, and and how difficult it was for us to talk about the great themes of this conference, and even the space to talk on the issues of gender, or and talking, and even to bring the feminists. This was a debate. What is the feminists going to do here? How can they contribute? This and this, and it was something that something that really touched me very much. And in the academia, it wasn't style, and I mentioned this recently. It wasn't style, that we have to start, doing things through the halls, do these things slowly. No, I think now that we have really to kick off and as a signaling this discussion on democracy on the most radical point of view, not in this formalism. I, I think that we are fighting for a formalist democracy uh, that that ended with Mr. Bolsonaro as a president. So we expect that at least 30% of us should be there. So that's why that diversity is so important. I'm a trans woman, but I do not represent all the trans women of Brazil. And I know this is not pretension. So it's no good having just one woman, the trans that figure that represent this fixed identity that they try to define to us, and that until today that reaches us in a movement to try to build constructivity. And this is in the academia. It's not good only for UFI and to talk about transgender feminism. All the teachers have to be this in their debates structurally and during their classes, as long as we have only Husna Goya, mentioning intersectionality, we will not be able to to do this broadly. We are trying. We are trying. We do have a role, but we will not. We won't be able to do anything until everybody embraces this as something very relevant and plays our role. From where are we talking? From where is it possible to talk? What are the possibilities? Who are we going to reach? We can imagine several possibilities within our present reality. What is limited to us individually in the field or in alliance, in cooperation out of our universes? So when we talk here about collaborations, partnership, we are talking about the essence to extrapolate this small universe. And therefore I think on what Ines mentioned and Graça, and this overload that you made of the leadership, I really I think this is going to depend on the context, on how we place ourselves as researchers in the context where we would like to work. And the vast majority of the contexts that I acted as a researcher, it was it wasn't an environment that I myself built it. It was an environment that either the academia was invited to be there, or already this movement, this action field already existed, and I incorporated myself as a collaborator. I wasn't there as with the main leading role. Maybe this is a difficult in the institutional way the academia builds the knowledge, and how they build and how they present our projects. It is important to pay leaders? Yes, of course, but it's not enough only to pay. You have to discuss the debate of protagonism. From which side do we want to have the main role? The academy has to have the main role. Who are the main characters? It's not leadership, communities, groups that we get involved as collaborators. Actually, we are the collaborators. So maybe this the epistemological inversion that we have to do. And then I am going to close my remarks. I just want to mention the difficulties during the pandemics, but I would like to stress once again that in some way, and I realized during between feminist research and how important it was, this net of exchange that we built. For instance, we had several experiences that Diana mentioned that we involved ourselves, and another one that I myself involved with architects from South America, uh, and that Saudade, but not only as a need, but also as the production of the book. The difficulties that we face, but we are there. We are in this network, and in some way we were able to help one another, and to gather some strength. And I wanted really to stress this. Okay, so this is all I had to say. Thank you. Eu sei que nós estamos com.
Just to say that I think I recognize many of the techniques that are being spoken about, the participatory processes involving students and communities, the difficulties that people are talking about practicalities like payment, paying through things like internet data usage, the issues of the COVID pandemic. So there would be a lot to talk about if we did have the chance to carry on debating. I think also something that would be really useful to talk about is as a researcher in a university in effect from a minority group in my context, in my country, there is increasingly questions raised about the right to proceed with certain kinds of research, with certain kinds of discourse, despite the power that I have as an employed university researcher. But I'm in a context that has changed a lot in terms of race, culture, and so what I'm struck by is the confidence here to initiate all sorts of really interesting projects and involve communities. And I think there's the reverse of that conversation also to be had, which is about the cancelling of that opportunity. So I'm not expressing myself terribly well, but I'm sort of hinting at something that would be a useful bit of conversation to have into the future. Just to respond more directly to the question I was asked about feedback of research to communities and discussing results, I think it's an area that we're generally quite weak on. So we try and we make efforts around that to have workshops to discuss those results. Those aren't always particularly effective in terms of people not necessarily wanting to come and hear. They've kind of moved on. But the other important thing is that often in our research, the people we're working with really want their voice to be heard to government. And they would like elected politicians to come and listen to what the results were, and government officials. And as much as we try and create those kind of forums and organize the times and the dates around the availability of those politicians, there's very often a really disappointing situation where they don't arrive and they don't turn up. And community people come thinking that there's going to be the opportunity to speak to those elected officials, and they're absent. They just haven't arrived. And that's often the crucial, really difficult area to navigate and negotiate around the results of research. Thank you.
We now we'll close our discussion. We'll close our session, and we have a 15-minute session in our next session. And thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Sarah. Thank you to all of you. Let's round table. Good afternoon again. Exploring feminist methodologies, identities, diversities, and experiences. I have two important, very dear friends, Paula Matt, professor of urbanism at the University of Glasgow, the United Kingdom. So researchers, everyday life. Her projects include experiences of changes that happen in the outskirts of Africa, youth home. She is the author living in the urban periphery, honorary teacher of Reed Rottersrand in South Africa, in Johannesburg, and co-leader of and part of research consultant in African cities. It is a pleasure for you to be here. I would like to introduce my other partner here, Gabriela Leandro Pereira, that also our guest and was also here present in our seminar in 2019. Many paths together. It's a huge pleasure to have you here again. She's a teacher of the architecture teacher by the University of Bahia. He is also coordinator of the study group Body, Speech, and Territory, and interested in about narratives, history, memories, epistemology, produced on urbanism, architecture, and their intersections. She published in 2019 a book. Also, presently, she coordinates researches. So we are here in the presence of with two great ladies. I'm going to ask Paula, please, to start, and you will have 20 minutes, okay, to deliver your speech.
Thank you very much, Paula.
Muito
I'm just going to take my headphones off.
Olha, eu sou desorganizada, né?
Going back again. Okay, we have a question for Paula.
Work with on diaries. Vocês vão ver que ela trabalha com diários. That you've used it in your gender and violence work and your peripheries work. Please, Paula.
Thank you very much, Paula. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's been a very long day. I hope that you are still awake and still enjoying the discussions. Thank you very much to the organizers for organizing this wonderful event. It's just so stimulating and exciting, and especially for those of us who've flown from overseas to come to Brazil and to learn about the city of Sao Paulo and the gender struggles and gender collectives taking place in this city and elsewhere in Brazil. So I'm going to talk about some very simple methodological reflections. It's not particularly theoretical, but it just speaks to now 25 years of my research experience on different research projects. And I just want to reflect on the ways in which some of the issues that I've learned as a feminist scholar and how these have come through my own research. So as Paula said in the introduction, I'm drawing on a number of different research projects in my reflections. This includes work that I did many years ago on gender and violence, particularly in the cities of South Africa, but also in India as well. And that work was mainly with women initially, and I'll talk about that a bit more in a moment. But I then followed that up a few years later with a project on gender and violence speaking with men and trying to understand men's experiences of violence. You know, South Africa, like Brazil, has very high violence rates, and for many men, society is very risky and dangerous for men as well. So that project was focusing on masculinity and violence in relation to men living in informal housing. And then I also followed that up with some, sorry, I'm putting my timer on so I make sure I don't speak too long. I followed that up with some work on gender and housing change. So trying to understand what happens in people's lives when they are upgraded by the government, by the state, from informal settlement living to state housing. So South Africa has a significant program of state housing delivery, and I was trying to understand in particular what happens to gender relations when people are rehoused and when people are given an asset by the state, the asset of a house, which becomes their property. And so that project was looking at domestic violence in relation to housing change. And then thereafter, I was working with Sarah Charlton, who spoke previously, on a big project looking at everyday life in the African peripheries. And we were focusing on 7 case studies in Ethiopia and in South Africa, and trying to understand how people were living in these very marginal, peripheralized spaces. And then the most recent project was with Sarah, again, looking at young people in Ethiopia and South Africa and trying to understand how, in situations of extremely high unemployment and extreme housing unaffordability, how young people were surviving, how they were living their lives. And in some of these spaces, they were also on the urban periphery. So we were trying to think about how people were surviving as young people in situations of high unemployment and very poor access to housing. So the work that I'm talking about relates to those different projects. So I want to start by reflecting on the methodology or the methodological approach of using diaries. I think in the sessions that we've had already today, we've heard of some really diverse methodological approaches, and I think that's been really, really exciting. And diaries was an approach I started using about 20 years ago. It came with my frustration with the reliance within my discipline. So my discipline is urban studies and human geography. The reliance tended to be on interviewing as a strategy, or focus groups as a tool. And I found that I wasn't learning what I wanted to learn. I wasn't getting at the kind of information I wanted to get at. So I started to use what I call solicited diaries. And by that I mean diaries where I, as the researcher, ask a participant to write a diary. So it's a diary which I have requested. And the diaries I started using in the Gender and Violence Project with women living in informal settlements in South Africa. And I was really blown away, really struck by the power of the written word, the narrative, as a form of research development and of gaining insight into issues that previously had not been accessible to me as a researcher. So for me, particularly around issues of violence and around particularly sensitive issues which are very, very difficult to talk about, particularly difficult to talk about in a focus group situation in front of other people. The diary offered a space for women and then later men to reflect on some of their very challenging and traumatic experiences that they had suffered in the cities where they were living. And so for me, the diary offered respondents a form of feminist methodology because it gave them the space to voice their particular kind of everyday experiences, but to be the ones in charge of deciding what narrative they wrote. Diaries are also beneficial because they provide a longitudinal, temporally divergent insight. So it's not just like an interview where you have one opportunity to say what you want to say, and then that's it, it's recorded. a diary. The diaries I was using were often recorded over a 6-week or 8-week period. People were given a notebook. You can see one at the top up there, written in isiZulu. So Petunia, who's not here, would be the person who could read that for us. So diaries were handwritten. Some women and men wrote up to 10,000 words in their diaries. So they wrote really, really long stories about their lives. So for me, as a feminist researcher, it was the value of giving people the space to write stories, and to allow people the freedom to explore the topics that they wanted to explore, and to give voice and to empower people to write about their lives in particular ways. So for me, this longitudinal insight was really, really valuable. And I think many other methodological techniques don't necessarily capture the dynamism of people's lives. So some days, women would write in their diaries that their relationship with their husband was okay, and things were okay. And then 2 days later, maybe he was violent towards her, and then the story would be very different. And you can see how, if you just interviewed that person on one of those days, you would have had a very particular understanding, and the diary allowed for much more nuance and diversity. In our peripheries work, which is much more recent work, diaries were really useful because the peripheral spaces that we were working in those projects were very, very distant. And for me particularly, I was in the UK, Sarah was in South Africa, but they were very distant from where we were based. And so actually accessing those spaces on a regular basis was very challenging. So we found the diary writing really complemented the interview techniques that we were using as well, really deepened the insights that we were gaining. So I'm going to move on and just make a small reflection on some of the realities of feminist research and feminist methodology. And this is around the potential for our research to be empowering or cathartic, to actually produce a sense of positivity or change, therapeutic change for our participants. We want feminist research to give a voice, particularly to those who are marginalized. And I think I found through diaries research, but particularly through the combination of using diaries with focus groups, with life history interviews, with feedback interviews, and with observation, the combination of those methods was able to produce experiences of positivity and empowerment for women and for some men as well. So one of our male participants in a later project said, the diary was like a Bible, like the Bible to me. He said it was like my mother and my father. It was everything to me. So writing the diary, because he wrote things in his diary that he'd not told anybody previously in his life. And somebody else said, the diary, I was able to talk about things that were really eating me inside, really disturbing me. The diary writing made me feel better. And I guess there's some of us in this room who've been to counseling or we've had therapy, and we know the process of exploring our own emotions and our experiences can be therapeutic. At the same time, however, as feminists, we have to acknowledge that we cause distress through our research. And I know in one of my projects, I was talking about home and domestic violence. And I was running a focus group with some women in Durban in South Africa. And I kept asking questions about home. And one woman, she stopped and she said, listen, if you say the word home again, I'm walking out of this room because I don't have a home. She said, I don't have a home. I live in an informal settlement, incredibly insecure space. I don't have a home. And she felt that we were causing her offense and upset by repeatedly using the word home in relation to her experiences of violence. And in other projects, including with Sarah recently, some of our conversations with young people about their lives on the edges of African cities were absolutely distressing in terms of the realities of their existence and what they were suffering. And so it's to recognize that there is potential for empowerment in our research and our methodology, but also to recognize the challenges that our work produces through the questions that we ask. And I think it's important for us to be thinking through the significance of these, the politics of our research, and what we do about that. Sarah has already spent some time talking about her research with men and homelessness. I want to reiterate the point that masculinity research and working with men, in my opinion, is incredibly productive and important for feminist research. And I know there's some debates about this. I know some feminists get very anxious about this. For me, my understandings of gender violence and understandings of social and cultural change in relation to gender it only made sense to me once I spoke to men. So I spoke to many women about their challenges, and they were telling me terrible stories, but it's only once I actually did a project with men and understood what was driving their insecurity, including their anger over changes to domestic violence legislation in South Africa. The legislation improved for women. This was causing men a lot of anger and anxiety about crises of masculinity related to high levels of unemployment and how this related to their ability to be the head of the household. But it was only through that research that I understood better the dynamics of gender violence in the areas where I was working. And so I spent some time thinking very carefully about the methodological approaches to working with men and the types of insights that were gained through this. I'm going to stop and ask Amanda to play a poem which is produced by a young man called Thabo. Thabo was a participant in the most recent project I've been working on with Sarah, the Youth in Ethiopia and South Africa project. Thabo, I think, was probably the most marginalized, the most desperate person that we worked with in the project. And he lived in very, very poor circumstances in a shack in South Africa. But he had a guitar. He didn't have very much else. He had a guitar, and he loved to write poetry. So he's written this poem for our project. obrigada.
Searching for my soul a home. I feel lost in this world. There's so much needed to be said, but still remains untold. I have been here and there, trying to find ways to cope, like a man on a rope beneath his head, tired of hoping to hope. How can I find my soul a home? Tired of sleeping on the street and being okay with everything that I meet. I want to be where my entire being is welcome. My inner voice is calling out loud my name. Being here on the street changed me. I got to hear the sound of the strings and the beauty it brings. All that reminded me that I still have so much to do. I still have places to go, but till then, I will be here, looking, searching for my soul a home. Fake it till you make it, they say. But who's they, and why do they have a say? They say everything is gonna be alright, yet they know less of the battles I fight. They have no idea of the struggles I go through every single day and night. Searching for my soul a home. I have been on the search for far too long. It made me forget what used to make me strong. I strongly believe that music will help me find where I truly belong. Searching for my soul a home. And I am not ashamed. Even if you take it as a game, I will keep on looking, searching for my soul a home.
Thank you. I think we found that poem and Tabo's guitar playing so powerful in our project because his life was so desperate, and he was really very desperate to share his kind of his artistic desires with us, but also to express his real frustrations with his life. I want to just move on to talking about the importance of providing platforms for our research participants and to achieve what might be called political listening. And here I'm using a term that Fairy has used in her work. This really speaks to the point that Sarah was making earlier, and the challenges of, particularly in the South African context, of getting government to come to the table. I think it was Shumani who said earlier about the importance of getting government to come to the table. And we really, really have struggled with this. But for me, as a feminist researcher, one of our guiding principles is to effect social change. We are fighting against inequality, gender inequality, and the aim is to achieve social and political change. But to do that, to gain conversations with those in power is really important. And for me, I want to draw a contrast between the image on this side here, which is of Rekik, a young woman from Hawassa in Ethiopia. And the contrast for us was that in Ethiopia, the government came to the table. The government was really interested in this particular city. We had very high-level officials attending, and the young people themselves spoke directly to the state, to the government. They were given an opportunity to record their demands, their concerns, and government listened. And they were so moved by the emotionality of the presentation by Rekik that a second event was organized with even more senior level government ministers who flew in from Addis Ababa to come and listen to young people express their concerns about the challenges of their lives, which were significant. In the South African case, in contrast, we gave the young people a platform. They produced, again, a clear overview of their challenges. But like Sarah said, it was really, really frustrating and very difficult to get any government membership at the meeting. They promised they would attend, and they didn't turn up. even though we organized a very substantial event for them. So this action of trying to create political platforms, for me, I think I'm learning from Shumani the importance of working with community organizations who perhaps have a much better sophisticated ability to communicate with the state, and for the importance of building that into our research. We had done that in our project, but South Africa has particular challenges around engaging the state. But I just wanted to raise that as an issue. I'm going to finish off shortly. The fifth observation I want to make is an observation from the position of myself as an older woman. I now can call myself very middle-aged. And I want to reflect on the types of methods that we use. We've been hearing from Diana, from architects who maybe are more comfortable with a range of feminist methodologies, but within urban studies, urban planning, and geography, the methodological tools are often quite narrow. I think what we learned in our most recent project was that opening up the toolbox of methodologies and ways of learning from our participants was really important. And for me, it was important to step outside of my comfort and to engage in ways of learning that were different. So we worked with a media company, a young, funky, hip media company from Johannesburg, and they worked with the young people in our project and used a range of different techniques. They produced the poem that you listened to by Thabo. They produced written and illustrated beautiful storybooks that young people had produced. They produced videos and different forms of narratives to allow people to engage. If we have time, I would really love to play maybe even just 1 minute of this song. This is a song that was produced by one of our participants, Pretty. She has an absolutely beautiful voice, and she asked for her contribution to the project to be recorded in this song.
It's hard to have a dream and don't have a chance to live it. It's hard to love someone while it's hard, keep on wondering, wonderly. It's hard to have a dream and don't have a faith to live it. It's hard to love someone while it's hard, keep on wondering, Begezela, begezela, yaza kukholula impilo inzima mntana sekhaya. Begezela, ufunde kwabadala, ufunde kwabancane ukuze impilo ishintshe. It's hard to have a dream and to have a faith to live it. It's hard to love someone while it's hard, keep on wandering on the lane. Ngithi uthando lwami olungaka kakunikela lona wena wakhetha ukudlala ngalo. Hayi baba uThixo samandla, dlala nkuca phansi ngibuza kuwe impumelelo kanti kuphi wena. Thandaza wena ngibuza kuwe, ngibuza kwabadala, ngibuza kwabancane ngifuna.
So we are ending the song early just because I'm out of time. But if you go onto my staff webpage, you'll see we have a whole online exhibition of all of this project, and you can listen to her song. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Amanda. So just to finish off, last one. I just want to celebrate this space and this moment, and I want to say how critical feminist networks are, how critical it is to be working with other feminist scholars. Carolina, where's she sitting? We were chatting at lunchtime about the challenges of working in university departments, which are dominated by what I call the boys' club. And I'm celebrating just having left my one job and just gone to a new job where there's no boys' club. Um, but I want to, I mean, it's an important point. We need to keep on working together. We need to keep on supporting each other as activists, as community workers, and as academics to build feminist methodologies and feminist struggles, because without each other supporting each other, it's really, really impossible to do this kind of work. So thank you.
Thank you, Paula. E eu movo rapidamente.
I'm going to move now very quickly for Gabriela. For Gabriela, for her presentation. I'm not feeling. I mean, I have a trouble. I'm having some kind of cough. I'm here. It is a pleasure to be here again. And this seminar, it is a pleasure to talk about methodology. I'm a teacher at the University of Bahia, and I now teach cartographic narratives for MA students, and I now also lecture audiovisual, a discipline also that calls architectures, cities, and that Gloria and we are going to start. I'm going talking about this discipline. I think it's very interesting to think about this universe, how these formats or these topics, and how we think disciplinary in our classes, and how this fragments the methodology that we built. And together with Professor Balk, this helps us a lot to build this space disciplinarily that becomes multiple. So this is also very important to think on this methodology. As a title, as a cartographic activism, that was a call last year for a workshop at the university in Bahia, a chat, what would be to think in this cartography from ideas starting from ancestrality. So I put both things together to tell you today, thinking on these cartographic ideas and how this becomes an activism. We'll then talk about some paths, some clues that I have been thinking in these classrooms, that even if these, and showing you how these methodologies were applied, but the issues how we are mapping together with students and researchers that are in this front, and of thinking how to build feminist methodologies also, and rationality, because the debate on rationality, but it's very difficult to think about the Brazilian costume. And how these words, cartography, activism, ancestrality, how resistance, resilient, how is this going to orient some questions, and thinking in activism as an action linked to a certain doctrine, and thinking on this space in this classroom, in the space of architecture and urbanism. It would be important to talk to other disciplines and to challenge it, and have some challenges come out of the box in order to think a feminist practice, and also to think on the cartographic dimensions and plural perspectives. A dialogue that I have been trying to debate in classroom, and thinking on creative, studying creative text together with a cartograph Margaret, where she calls this the aesthetics of black methodology, where she will measure different texts of information and content as something fundamental in order to escape from this discipline, architecture, urbanism. We have disciplines that were contexts that were created within a colonial context. Of course, that we have limits there, so we were able to to see what happens in this space of knowledge with other disciplines and with other texts that were not produced in the academy. I mean creative texts. I'm not reducing my texts or for alphabetic or written texts, but plural texts that we produce daily. And maybe this is the place where maybe with the academic production does not reach. If it does reach, comes with a parallel box tools informing its main technique.
Through the basis.
So now I'm going to talk about ancestrality, effects. These are key words that are going to transversalize these debates, these experiments, and methodological gestures. And thinking about the ancestrality on a generation conversation, thinking is in historical continuations with dialogues on that will a Brazilian researcher that is going to talk about quilombos, but the quilombo as a gest of building that are historical, imposed as something that will form generations. So this ancestrality, again, that will form generations from groups that were marginalized, interdicted in the Brazilian context in this uh, slaved country, mainly black people. How do we think about this ancestrality? This and that cannot be linked with the peripheral territory, occupation. In Brazil, we have this territory created and sustained with a lot of struggle by the black population. If we don't consider race an element in this territory, we are not really talking a world that we only refer to them as a demography. But this is not the case. It's not quantifying, but this experience of black lives inform on the history and the production and the process of their fight and continuity. This is, I think, is a central point. But and the affection in doing this and acting in this mode of producing a fashion and produce academic informed by these affections, but like thinking in a feminist perception. Well, and there's also the re-existence and the idea of re-existence, but taking from the Latin the word existence, it seems coming out because I'm going back to ancestrality, thinking as a jest of living and how this is sustained by another generation that came before. This is very common between in the black woman's movement. This is another metaphor, and it says how did they survive in a brutal racial system that until today that dehumanizes black bodies in the city, in this city. And then I would like I would like to talk about Carolina, that is part. of my PhD thesis, encounters with the diaries of Carolina as a part of the methodologies to work with the groups that she has been working in thinking and the written and the writing of these diaries written as a feminist, domestic, home, intimate diary. The potentiality, I don't have even to mention when this is displayed, when this has a place that I regularly is so relevant as the academic test that when we are when we require to expose this name, this text. So this is, see, so we would no longer use this hierarchy. And the source of information that we mobilize is something leaking to think about feminine strategies for academic production. So I think that diaries brings this potential of being an intimate writing. Carolina was somebody that she wanted to publish her poem. She wrote literally, aesthetically, and her writings are not only a document, a memorial, but a document implied and that comes with an international and aesthetic movement that is being launched. And one of her better many books, Quarto de Despejo, and many other texts and music. She also wrote poems and music. And when we see these materials not as an object of studies, but as a guideline to think on these strategies of production of lives that are being formulated by these people. I get to, I read this book with a lot of anguish, with that. I also come from movement from the state of Spiritu Santo, but also a little bit sad and thinking on the demands of the communities. We have to think about the inhabitants, the leadership. Of course, there's a lot of things being produced that we don't even see, and we don't even see that already things that have already been formulated, taught already, and are being put in the streets, not far away from our repertoires. So it is the case to go one step back very humbly, and I don't, I'm going to ask, let me understand what's being built, produced. Of course, this is also applied on academic investigation that was not available at the time, that they didn't know how to say applied research. How would this work at the time with demands that come from the community? But this was the moment to stop, to pause what would be automatically what we have been doing in the academy, and to think and how we are going, how did we arrive to know what we do know? This is a crucial question, and it was it made me think some written in a book by Catherine in my PhD that I was wanting to think to call the debate feminism of the Black intellectuals. And this last image here to make the reference in our meeting in 2019, when at that moment where my thesis was a little bit more fresh in my mind, but I met an artist in Espírito Santo, Castiel, an artist that I was so involved with this poem from Mrs. Carolina, and I saw this cure room of this artist that is a Black trans woman from Quilombola, from the Espírito Santo, that is built in the Fonte Grande, where she was born, an artistic installation called Cure Room. And what is it composed for? Composed of everything that Black woman looked for cure: herbs, pictures, teas, was something that they kept from people that they loved. Small souvenir things, but something that they were looking for. People that that, and then Castel uh, makes me no longer think only in all the room that Carolina write. So starting from these gestures and movements, contrary, because they deal with death. So in 2019, I dealt with Carolina and Cashel, those two writers, with all the potentialities to think that their fee, their issues, that organize the investigation of the city, but to think effectively as a part of intellectual and methodological. And then I bought from then the three videos that I have been mobilizing as triggers to see this word, but but as as uh, as tracks to think their side, the territorial issues that formed by gender and race, besides classes. So, first of all, this is part of a movie called Natural Daughter, called Aline Mota, from the city of Niterói. But I'm going to talk of this, but I would like to talk about this geographical displacement due to the African diaspora. So this is this lady never met her grandmother. She's trying to talk to her grandmother, and she's trying to look of all these displacements of her ancestors, and to up to the moment when she was there in the city of Niterói. I'm going to talk a little bit more. The second is a video from Cachel Vitorino, and but that was recorded, this urban quilombo in the state of Vitória, where she's interrogated several people that live in her context, asking, what is for you, what does it mean for you, freedom? Something strong words, from your strong words, and that at times so difficult to be answered in the context. And they're going to interact with curators and trying to formulate a kind of thought and what is to live inside a quilombo. The third one is a video by Ana P. That is an artist, a researcher that lives in the state of Minas Gerais, that had made her PhD. And I don't know where she lives today, in France, in various places. But and among the various videos, one of her videos is called um, Grandmother, a crucial video where she dances for her grandparents in those two spaces that will be part of this urban grammar that formed by the possibility of building lives among the diversities of the periphericals, communities, of even building up to the limit, and although facing so many problems, and the backyard of the quilombo, and also to be welcoming so new things. So I'm wondering, so a kindergarten and these space curators are so well taken care by the Black communities, by the Black families, and how we didn't really care about those to those places where these elements become only some points without making us recall the potentiality. archive, we have some images from Aline, and we have some other processes of the Cashel. Okay, let's skip this one. You can skip this one also. Then I can share the link. Then I'm not going to skip anymore. So how are going to these debates appear in our work that are developed by students? This and the students that are more concrete. This is the work of Natalia Mora from Ceará, of USSR, called The End of the World, where she meets of a small town called Lisieux, where the tools do not fit, and she's trying to mobilize dimensions or debates through a feminist perspective, overall, intersectional, other kinds of proximity, signs after some informations, and collaborations with the and nome beyond the tools that she would have to mobilize of an idea, that doesn't fit in Lisieux. This is not a research of gender that is in the center, but how do we build methodologies opposed or contrary, but that from starting from the methodologies based on race, we are trying to build other paths.
This other work by Sofia Costa, connected body memory and the women in Itapuã, Bahia. She is a Black student from Salvador, and I think there's a place and a moment in Salvador that we have a public university that after racial quotas, now in the university in Bahia, 76% Black population, and in the other one, 70%. In architecture, I don't think it's more than 75. But numbers are very important in relation that we had in other moments. 75, Gloria. In UFA. And I think graduation, 70, 40, 50, but still it's a very different situation that we had a few years ago. And then there are other matters, the periphery, the peripheral area, the Black population is in the classroom. So to study the popular territories, it's not to study what's not there. It's there. This group, this classroom is a classroom that questions the tools that we have, more traditional ones, literature that speak about territories. A student came and said, I'm reading a text that our territory is a problem to the city. What do you mean problem for a city? I was born there. We played on the streets. We had a network of relations there. And someone that reads outside, we're a problem of the city. And so this is also, it's important. The classroom, it's rich, I think, but I think we cannot think of a turnover. You know, it's a privilege to have a classroom where these issues are spoken. There's a student with a path from a family that leaves a settlement, and the first one that's referenced in Salvador. She goes to Itapuã, which is far from the city, and then goes to the other one. She rebuilds how the women, the mother, the friends, how they are important to populate this area with the relationships of the women, and how this disappears in the official city history. So she went to speak to the older ladies to speak about this neighborhood. This is another work of Mika Santos that is called Aramari. It speaks of a city called Aramari in the interior of Bahia. There was a railroad track, and it was desactivated, unmantled, and it was all dynamic that was connected to the railroad, and then they finished with the railroad, and so the economic situation changes. So how can you repopulate a city that once had a railroad and doesn't have anymore? And so we have to see the attempts to help this city, and we also have this train station, and it is important for who this train station. So this lady thinking not only of a project that it has the gender as something central, but the feminist mythology, thinking of the crossroads, and it was rethought about, and we have to repopulate the future of this city, and also of teachers in this network in the municipal area. And finally, a video, a short one, not even a minute, and it's an important audio. The uprising of land in the center. First act, the land is my center core. I don't hear, I can't hear the audio, I'm sorry. Sorry, no, the booth cannot hear the audio.
Mas é porque colou errado. É porque não copiou. Mas não vai rolar. Calma, gente. Calma, vai rolar. Mas já abriu, já tá no Mozilla. Só que não é no YouTube, ele tá incorporado no slide. Vamos fazer um download. Desculpa te deixar. Não, enquanto... É o último aqui, só enquanto a gente baixa, que é um vídeo do trabalho da Vitória Maria Matos, que ela é uma mestranda lá agora na faculdade. Esse foi o trabalho final de graduação. E onde a gente volta para o texto de ficção, essa criação de contos em torno dessa dispossessão da terra.
Que é minha, carrego no centro. E ouço a voz de manhã me dizendo: o que sobra de tudo, minha filha, é um resto da memória.
The rise of architecture.
Ergueram a arquitetura da memória sobre o pó das memórias incendiadas. Da arquitetura restou a sua ruína. Lembro daquele verde marcante, depois do fogo delirante, as faíscas que insinuaram o fim. Que fim? Somos sempre o começo.
É só para encerrar, para como é que é pensada a despossessão.
This is how it was thought about, the excess of land in this historical area with Black presence and many, but at the same time, and how we construct communications in this process. We have to think the text. This is a short text, and how to share with images that help to construct this imaginary, but also a set of tales, even though there are loopholes in the files, but life in the center. So it's a fiction with an important tool to think other impossibilities that many times the academic research don't permit. And so it's a limit for something that cannot be accessed and wholly because of the process of erasing. Where is the place of this fiction or this text in a context where radical violence of erasing of certain formations and documents connected to the population, Black population and women that registered this poorly, but registered it, many possibilities could not. So I end here. These are a little bit of things, of paths and themes, and that I've been working with. Thank you. We have 20 minutes. We have questions. I'm going to open to questions. Let's make a round of questions. Let's start here. Lou. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luciana. I'm from EA of USP, University of São Paulo, Advanced Studies in the University of São Paulo. Congratulations for this seminar. It's really nice, especially in the point of view of the South, global South, of the perspective that we have to think the South global so lovely. Congratulations. And congratulations. They're like feminists, this special group. And I think you're in my heart. And also, I would, and I how I feel with the presentation of Paula and Gabriela. With this with these information so sensitive, this cartographies and so objective and very subjective at the same time about the territory. It's so sophisticated, and this point of view of the women, especially the cartography that is subjective. What calls my attention is the two presentations, and also this cartography, which is subjective. It shows what is not here now. It is in other planes, seeking ancestrality and some answers with the past women and men through the cosmology, with people in other plans, but with concretude in the territory, the insecurities, the attacks, racism, and the prejudice. And so I would like to ask you what kind of leadership of these Black women and Indian women that always put these women in the center area without this matrix, which is very mother. And what do they teach us for us in our urban feminist struggles? One more question. Really great to hear the second session. Since the first session, I was full of questions and doubts. So we're sort of sowing since the morning, very reflections to think about. And I think there are two things that happen. One related to these speeches in the second session, because I think you mobilize directly the issue of the imagination and the memory in these processes, methodological processes, collaborative, and that are challenging the knowledge of the modern science. And I think this is fundamental because I think this mobilization of the memory permits to rethink the possibilities and to reconfigure other sense of reality. And this also is production of reality. But at the same time, I think, how can this connect with dimensions, crucial dimensions in the reproduction of life, in the land and the territory? This is not separate, of course. But I would like to think, yes, in this process, I see a lot of affirmation in the creation of life, and that we are always thinking of this. This is the path that we want. And we don't want, we want socialized people and people that live in, in social positive conditions and inclusive. And this is positioned. And so there's a position of liberalization. And I think concretely in the relation with these people, with these territories and territories, what questions, what issues of the possessions, dispossessions, racial issues, and how does this appear, and how these tools, methodological tools, adapt and engage with these processes that are not easy and long. This, and the other thing which I was very, in the last session, the discussion that Graça brought of coming back. And I think we have lots of conditions to get more profound in our availability, because I don't think that it's anything. There are places that want this in the institutional policies. For instance, we are receiving 7 popular masters as visiting professor. Of course, it's a temporary contract, but it's already a beginning. They're being paid for this. We always say that we don't know how to, we need a network of collaboration, and there is injustice. Thinking of this income, you know, we need to, there are not a lot of financing, but what we can do, what strategies, what do we provoke, and think about this, because I think that we do a movement to try to have systemic justice, amplifying it, mobilizing in this inventivity to open up these issues. But there's also the dimension of work and what we are doing in relation to this. And I think that we have to say we're all, you know, we're all in, we have to go and dislocate. We have to go to the other areas. You know, the university has to move to other places. And we're going to generate articles. And this is important. We have to move, to shift. And this has to appear. And sometimes we might be ashamed, but we have to do this. We have to go to other areas of social justice. All of this. Thank you very much. But I'm loving this seminar. Thank you very much. Someone else? Someone? Okay, Clara. Good afternoon, all. My name is Clara. I'm here by the network of São Paulo Peripheral Agriculture. I did research with this group and doctor, and it's good to know Rosana because I also quoted you in my thesis. And what I was thinking, various of you, you know, you guys as children are part of research with women. This is something that I saw in my thesis. And something else, how do we think in sexual division of work in the mythologies? For instance, when I went to interview some women, I had to interview them making lunch. And I'm interviewing them. And so for their mind was in various places. There was once a woman didn't want to give me an interview, a lady from a farmer, but I understood. But this brought many thoughts. And then I thought to change the way of speaking with these ladies. And something that I saw that made sense was make myself available to help them in one way or another. For instance, in this community, which is a settlement for the agriculture change, Jo, which is a farmer, she was always saying, yes, I want you to come, but I have a lot of work. And what made it go okay was go there in the day of the interview. I went to work with her. So I went to work with her. So that's what an interview is, what she was doing. And so how we look, and also the sexual division of work. These women have lots of work. And so it's important that we go to their situation and try to communicate with them in their day-to-day activities, because they're very busy. Dialogue with the first presentation of Paula. The union, we have a sentence, it's the living is for all the other rights. Housing, and it goes very well with the young person. The living housing is the open door. Housing is the open door. And Paula, she brought poetry in the sense of the lady of the community. And so, in the abolition of slavery in Brazil, the first thing that the black population lost was their housing, the job, salaries, and access to education. That's when we came, that's where the favela started, the vela started. That's when the shackle towns happened. And so this also, this has to do with the Carolina, and I believe, and I'm in the right place with all of the people that think about these issues in terms of mythology. And I always question myself, because I'm a person that like to talk and write and like to do a lot of things. But the mythology of how you write text, how do you write articles, how do you write books, and also quotes, and all of this, how be able to break all this, not like various women that want to write and then they bury what Carolina Maria de Jesus. And who doesn't know her? She's a writer. She wanted to write, but people thought that she wasn't able to write because she wasn't able to she didn't know all the technical norms of the university, and so no one read what she had to write because it wasn't in the format that people are used to. I'm not gonna, but just my doubts. I believe to advance more. I wrote a few things, and but I'm not me only. There are various black women. If we just look here in this class, the quantity of black women that can speak, it's very important that we advance in this. All right. Let's make a round. I would like also to question. I always think of the writings. Could be also, could be something, what's written, constructed to be written. We never get to we never get to the profoundness of the experience, even with the diaries. I would like to hear if you feel this also. Sometimes what's written, it's a voice. It's for someone to read, to dialogue with someone. There's another one on the other side, and I was thinking about this, you guys talking, and I would also like to highlight, it's really nice, this table, because we speak about violence, and we have the image of destruction, and you show construction. Since construction is a methodological narrative, but what with the choice of what I'm going to speak about, and also the memory, the rescuing of the memory. I would like to thank you all so much, because we don't have a lot of time. Let's start with Paula. Obrigada. Eu não consigo falar sobre tudo.
Clara about the sexual division of work in field work. I think that's a really urgent, critical issue, I think, for all of us. I didn't mention the word ethical, but it was on my slide when I was talking about the need to be open to more creative methods, but they need to be ethical. And part of that ethicality is to recognize the labor of being a research participant and the burden that we as researchers place on participants when we ask them to engage in our project. So recognizing the amount of time and the work that participating in projects takes is really fundamental. And Sarah and I, we had big arguments with Sarah's university in particular, Wits University, about the ability to pay our youth participants for their labor in our project. And the university really struggled with this concept because they had a small stipend that they would pay the youth, but that didn't come close to how much labor they were doing for us. And we wanted them to work for us as researchers. And the university, well, I don't think my university could cope either, but Sarah's university couldn't cope with them being participants and researchers. They really struggled with that issue. But we really pushed the issue of compensating participants for their labor and for their time. It's really fundamental. So yeah, I think this is a particularly significant issue when you're working with women, because women are often doing the majority of the work in the household, and so when you are distracting them from their labor for your research, it's problematic, and it has to be recognized. I think the question from Gloria about adapting tools around different processes. I think that's the point I was trying to make when I included the song and the poem. I didn't talk about the photography. Sarah mentioned a photographer in Johannesburg, Mark Lewis, that we have been working with for a few years. But we found that we gained significant meaning and understanding of women's lives, but also men's lives, through adapting some of our methodology. And some of the more standard approaches that we were using previously weren't enough to understand people's lives. And I'll give you the example of Pretty, the woman who was singing that beautiful song. If we had only interviewed Pretty in a kind of standard way, we would have only learned that she was a very poor woman. She lived in a very poor peripheral settlement. She had a very badly paid job in a shoe factory, earning just a very little bit of money. But actually, through her invitation or her request to record this song with the media company that we were working with, we discovered another whole dimension to Pretty. We discovered that she's an amazing singer. She has aspirations to be a musician, to be famous. She was so excited that she's on YouTube, that we were able to put her song online. And it was a whole new way of us learning and understanding about what kind of woman she was. And we wouldn't have accessed that if we hadn't have used different tools. I'll hand over to you.
Bom, eu também não.
I also am not going to be able and even try to answer everything, but start with the question. Oh, sorry, just the issues of what there is an issue that we have to. Of course, there are not immediate answers, but there's a political imagination that we have to construct, because there are moments that even with determined issues, what is the potential of the tools that we have, and how can we have this political imagination to rethink or invert them. And I think these mythologies, the way that I try to construct, they stimulate this process. They're not an answer. In thinking very much about Marisha from the States of science fiction, she speaks about visionary fiction, of how we project these visionary futures, even if it's short term and we can't even achieve, but how they are tools to be able to think of things that we know are very, very possible in short term. But this stimulates some things that maybe can occur. Yes, there's no objective, but there's an attention for other answers. Maybe we have other outputs. Then I think it's about future, also about to look at the urban story that we have more critical and reposition certain themes. So for instance, when we speak about it's also we need a political thought also when we have to think what's possible, for instance, in terms of distribution. And we have to dispute also the stories, the urban stories of the distribution and the division around the city. We have to imagine politically, and this is also an important path to request other tools of legitimacy. But this is not in this, there's not an answer, but we have to provoke and have the tools that we have. In short run, we have limitations and various, but the idea is to think about this more wide. And I hope that this is not also a fiction. And I think that we can one day have an imagination which not pretentious. It's not pretentiousness with our intentions. And this, it's something to think. It's a political thinking of maybe how we could try to transform some things. I think that thinking of the words of Carolina, of what she wrote, in 1960, she was this writer that could publish successful sales and then super criticized and they tried to erase her by all ways. We can see that it was a lot of effort of Black people and researchers in areas of the peripheral area. I only got to know her when I was doing my doctorate, and through the peripheral movements and also marginal, it speaks of the potential to cultivate our thoughts, and because of the attempts that are not existent. And so I think the life of Carolina, there are other, today there's a more favorable situation, and also these writings don't have to be in a pattern or methods that the academy and the university writes. They can have value, they can be creative. And once again, what are the references that we put to discuss this? When we speak about outskirts you know, this is important. We have to repopulate this area, which is so excluded, with other sources that are, you know, other texts. We are able to have a universe that's more plural of activities and readings and imagine and not be so rigid. Then I think this is what I have to say. My time is up. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I'm I'm not going to give the last round, but I would say it's a pleasure the day today. Thank you all. Tomorrow we have more. And who's going tomorrow to, we leave 10 o'clock. We have to come a little before so we can leave at 10. And there's also a notice in who can. Closed shoes and pants. We're going to walk in the construction areas. Okay, let's do it. Thank you very much and good evening. We're going to the occupation Carolina de Jesus. This is the name of the settlement.